Okay, so let's just go ahead and start from what I have because this is a pretty new story. It's breaking right now. So let's just start with this. So this is my frame of reference. Oddly enough, my McAfee antivirus thing started flipping out on me, and I kind of privately cursed the guy's name. I was like, damn, this is John McAfee. And I remembered this conspiracy theory that he was actually Frank Zappa, who was allegedly a death faker. And so I thought, that's interesting. Frank Zappa is dead. When I saw the tweet pop up next. Now, he has a tattoo that says whacked. Why? He said, quote, I'm getting subtle messages. And this was back November 30th, 2019. I'm getting subtle messages from U.S. officials saying, in effect, we're coming for you, McAfee. We're going to kill yourself. I got a tattoo today just in case. If I suicide myself, I didn't. I was whacked. Check my right arm. And as you can see here, his tattoo says whacked. So let's go a little bit further down. I have a clip here. This is John McAfee talking about the deep state. And you'll see why I'm bringing this up. So I'm just going to play it in its entirety. Just a couple of minutes.
The deep state is a conspiracy theory it's defined as the people within the U.S. government and military who are in secret control of government policy. Secret? Please, people. The deep state is those people within the U.S. government that are career employees that cannot be fired by people that we elect, by the Congress or the President. There are the FCC, the CIA, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the IRS. Are these people in control? Can they enact laws? Fuck yes. They're called regulations. For every law that Congress passes, and we elect Congress to pass our laws, there are 20 regulations enacted by federal agencies that have far more impact on our lives than anything Congress can possibly pass. Is there a deep state? Yes.
Okay, so you can get the rest of that by clicking the link below. Is there a deep state? Yes. So I wasn't aware of whether or not this individual was into the QAnon thing, but let me go ahead and bring up a couple more things. I asked the question, did McAfee leave a dead man's switch? So earlier that year, actually it was in 2020, so after that, in June, he tweeted this. Why am I keeping this information private if it could help the world? Because I am a dead man the moment it is released. Forgive my selfishness. I'm going to do what I can in ways that a living person can do. That will have to be enough. I am old. You will not have long to wait. Next he says, the instant I disappear, the information is released. Those named would be crazy to kill me or collect me. They are simply praying that I live forever. If it's released, revenge takes over and I'm dead. So again, that's another message here suggesting something about he knows something. There's a dead man's switch. And then finally, and this is what was just sent to me a few moments ago, his final Instagram post consists of the letter Q. So I'm putting these things together, wondering if anyone else has come across this information and what they think about it. So let me go ahead and go through the chat. Dan Simmons said, John would rather die than rot in an American gulag. Right. I mean, it makes sense in a sense, but however, you have to remember he did tattoo something on his arm. He didn't exit out. He didn't say in parentheses, unless I get extradited, in which case I might actually be killing myself and it won't be a whack job. No, I don't think so. I don't think that we should rule out that this is another one of these questionable things. Now, is it real? Is it fake? I don't know. Do I really think he's Frank Zappa? No, I mean, there's a resemblance, but that's as far as I know. I haven't really dug too deep into that. Has anybody else dug into the theory about Frank Zappa re-emerging as John McAfee? Again, he was found dead in a prison cell after a Spanish court approved the extradition to the United States. Adaptivia says disclosure coming. Well, that's the thing. Okay, so we're 7 days from disclosure. And again, this is a story, believe it or not, but it's their script. And according to Trump, the story is going to be reaching a point where, yeah, at the end of this month, because of actions that he has taken. And Trump has also said that he has not conceded, one. And two, the pillow guy. The pillow guy is out there saying that Trump's going to be back in office in August. So again, this is a quote: "I never admitted defeat. I have not conceded." Now, whatever you think about this, this is what is spreading among the QAnoners. So now for the QAnoners to have this to look at, John McAfee, a guy who spoke out against the deep state, who warned that he might be killed, and his final post is a Q, and he talked about a kill switch. So there's something to this. Now, in my opinion, QAnon is probably just a plot twist written by the same who gave us all of the other major psyops of our time. I have no reason to think otherwise, but I'm open to the possibility here that they have some kind of plot twist for us that might involve, I don't know what. I suspect nothing burgers, because that's all we've been given. Commenter says, Q is actually an AI demon spawned by the Department of Defense when they connected ARPANET to CERN. I had not heard about that, but it seems as legit as anything else concerning Q at the moment. Now, DeSantis says, quote, he will put on the full armor of God. Interesting rhetoric there. If you know this phrase, full armor of God, it's big among the doomers, the doomsaying conspiracy theorists, like Richie from Boston used to talk about the armor of God, the full armor of God. Nothing against that, but I was noticing something. I was watching some preppers advertising their products and how you could store this for years and you could eat it later, and all these storable goods, how they're preparing to hunker down. And it occurred to me that the far left is pro-quarantine. The far right is pro-bunker, which is just a quarantine. What's the difference? They're both looking to crawl into a hole and hide from the other side. That's why I'm not getting involved in politics anymore. Undercover CIA handler says, why would it be a demon? Are you talking about AI? Well, that's what they've been prepping us for. In fact, even Elon Musk has brought this up, and he has suggested that there's some kind of a demon involved. And when you get into demonology, well, not when, but if you look into demonology, you might get into the area where you see about totems, or basically the idea that you could have a genie locale, like a little spirit existing in an idol, that kind of thing. That type of thinking does apply to this AI this AI concept, where if you could have a sufficiently developed computer that's sophisticated enough to house consciousness, something could reside in it. They're getting people used to this idea by telling people they can upload their consciousness into a computer, like Elon Musk's wife wants to do. Upload their mind into the computer so they can go visit distant places. In fact, I've heard some science fiction speculation from Michio Kaku talking about using such means and lasers to beam your mind across the galaxy. So, I mean, this is all just, if you ask me, it's scientific mysticism for the new age. It's just nothing more than a replacement for the older systems. It's not real science. But anyway, this idea of consciousness being something that can be housed in a computer is just, I think, an extension of this old level of thinking, or old archaic thinking about consciousness and how it can be housed in inanimate objects. I mean, take, for example, the story of Prometheus, or rather Shelley's Frankenstein, where, yeah, you have dead matter, but you inject it with lightning in a certain way and you bring it back to life. This AI, the cyborg, the android, it's a reoccurring theme, but it's come back in recent years with this idea that now we're all somehow connected, and we're now pretty much being set up for some kind of alien takeover, but not from spaceships, but through our devices and into our minds. So, for example, this is a video from QAnon. No, I'm sorry, just Anonymous, rather. It's a difference. And it says, I tried to warn you. And it's a collection of quotes and statements about artificial intelligence and how Elon Musk has tried to warn us that, yes, we're about to be invaded by a demonic force.
There's somebody who had a good suggestion for what the optimization of the AI should be. What's its utility function? You have to be careful about this because you say maximize happiness, and the AI concludes that happiness is a function of dopamine and serotonin. The AI should try to maximize the freedom of action. Maximize freedom, essentially. I like that definition.
He's like, I like that definition. I'm impressed with my own BS. But they're really serious about this. But I'm looking at this as, part of the bigger picture. In fact, Stanley Kubrick, I believe, is one of these meta-scripters I speak of. And he was working on a film called AI. And I believe it was finished by Spielberg. But anyway, my point is the term or the letters AI. A is 1, I is 9. You have a 19 built into it. And I think this is actually part of this bigger meta script. So we all know 9/11 involved 19 hijackers. 19 years later, so 19 years from 2001, you have COVID-19. So this 19 thing is kind of a pattern that we were looking at early on. Well, more recently I learned that Pearl Harbor was called Operation AI. So there you have it again, another 19. And 9/11 was discussed as being the next Pearl Harbor, a catalyzing event, and this was described in the PNAC talks. Again, my point is, AI is often used to describe, I believe, these world-changing agendas. So it is worth noting that the World Economic Forum is also using something along these lines in how they're describing how we need to change the future, and they call it Gaia, the Global AI Action Alliance. So I think the idea here is they want to install some kind of, quote, AI god. Now, I think they started this off with Sophia, the robot, but nobody was convinced, and they didn't like this white robot, white splaining stuff. It just wasn't universal enough. They need, I think, something a little more ephemeral, something that doesn't even have a body necessarily. And I think that's what they're going to introduce. So the World Economic Forum, and of course you have their logo with the O's spliced with the line, which looks like sixes now, 666, which you see all over anything having to do with world governance for a reason. But the World Economic Forum is launching Gaia to accelerate responsible AI adoption. Now, responsible AI adoption. So now we have Gaia, or the Gaia hypothesis, or the Gaia paradigm, proposes that living organisms interact with their inorganic surroundings on Earth to form a synergistic and self-regulating complex system. So there's this notion here that we're going to bond with the Earth and with AI, and it's going to somehow perfect society in a way governments and religion have not. Again, AI, that term, that phrase, that pair of letters, the 19, I think is very significant. So when you see the WEF behind it, I think it means something here. It's part of the new age, the new paradigm, of course, is this, I guess, objective mind. It doesn't have any political leanings. I mean, that's what they try to sell us with the Sophia robot. The idea that, well, if it's just a robot, rather, if it's just a product of its environment, if it doesn't have an ego, if it doesn't lean left or right, we can trust it to be objective. It's just like it's an authoritative source that a human can't have. I think that's what they're trying to condition us to accept, that there is an authoritative source that's beyond what humans can achieve in terms of fairness and, again, objectivity, which is nonsense, because obviously these things have writers behind the scenes. Stranger says, with enough intelligence, consciousness might just show up for the ride. The internet is sentient. Well, they have been getting us to think along these ways for some time. The Matrix movie was based on this. If you look at William Gibson and the Sprawl trilogy, the second part was about this place where we're interfacing with non-corporeal beings through the internet. In fact, they kind of mixed voodoo with cyberspace in that series. And I think in the second Matrix movie, they bring up ghosts and supernatural happenings. And anyway, my point being, this is in the entertainment, it's in the PSYOP entertainment complex, so I don't assume it to be real. I just think they want people to accept it. Kind of like climate change. So I think they're prepping people to accept something. JT33 says an AI oracle. Well, exactly. Stranger says, best start believing in ritual magic, it permeates the realm. See, there is that possibility. And a lot of the science fiction writers from the past, from H.P. Lovecraft to Philip K. Dick, all really tapped into this notion that what we have in front of us with our technology is an interface for some other beings that aren't human. So that's kind of where they've conflated, I think, the alien invasion with some type of non-physical beings who now have a place to operate. And for a long time, people have associated, since aliens have started, aliens with demons. And it's kind of worth noting that the alien story, the crash and Roswell and all that stuff, it actually was preceded by a couple of years with an alien sighting by Marjorie Cameron, who was the participant in the Babylon working with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. And of course, they were involved in summoning spirits or demons. So you can find a connection with aliens and demons from the very beginning. The idea that they weren't calling them from some distant place physically. Frontman says, Matrix did not age well. No, it did not. Not at all. Nothing from like 2018 looks good when you look at the CGI. And this is one of the problems that they've encountered, I believe, with the ISS, which is one of the reasons why they're bringing in the Chinese version. The CGI ages terribly. I mean, you got to look at Mark Kelly, like 2005 to 2010 era. Some of those flips they did in the space station were just, you could see the green line around the actors. But you know what has aged well? Space Odyssey 2001, in terms of its visuals. And one of the special effects experts, his name is Douglas Trumbull, for some of the new Space Odyssey iterations, has said that CGI does not age well. A couple years later, it looks bad compared to the newest stuff. And he's got a very strong point. And he remarked that the older styles of recording movies with miniatures and models looks real later. That there's an organic realness to it. I would call it visceral realness to it. That you can. It's almost like I stopped watching movies. For example, I stopped watching movies when they went from creating interesting special effects and costumes to just putting CGI on it, because it looked like a cheap way to do it, and it looks cheap, and it's going to look cheap later. But I don't think people know the difference now. So let us continue. We're talking about John McAfee. We got a little sidetracked, but not quite. I mean, we're talking about QAnon as well. Why would he put Q as his last post? And of course, what are your thoughts on Q? And I mentioned Kubrick because, and we've been talking about this on this channel for some time, the idea that there are, in fact, news benders, that our news is written in advance, 10, 20, 30 years, that they have a framework that they operate within, and that you can see the fingerprints, the signatures of the various contributors to this meta script. And Kubrick's one of them. You can see his fingerprints all over Apollo 11. You can see it all over 9/11. And you can see his fingerprints over what's coming next, having to do with Space Wars, which we may get into. But my point is, his role in this also presupposes his involvement in the JFK assassination production. Not the assassination, but it's a production. Was it real? I don't think so. Then it has also been pointed out that it seems like he's been involved in the staged death of JFK Jr. And this is where it involves QAnon. Because the die-hard QAnoners 100% believe that Donald Trump is an agent of the Kennedys, and that they're fighting the deep state, revenge for the death of JFK, and that JFK Jr. is QAnon or very close to him. So that alone suggests that this Q thing is not a coincidence. It's not a fad. It's not going away. It was written into the Metascript decades ago. And I've pointed out this framework, and this is all, I think I've been vindicated on all these points, but these are all valid points here. So 9/11 was created, of course, to go after this universal threat, which they replaced. This universal threat being radical Islam. They've replaced it with radicalized right-wingers. And the 1/6 event, whatever your thoughts on that. I mean, most of you listening here know that it was just a guided tour, theater, more photographers than actors, very bad performance art, that it wasn't even slightly convincing. But the masses think that it was a big deal, that it was a major insurrection. So now they have actually equated that with 9/11. And we jokingly used to say they're going to call it 9/11, the new one, and they have. Now, the thing is, they were radicalized by Q. You know, Q sent me. Well, Q is like Allah sent me. It's like the Quran as the radicalizing factor has been replaced by QAnon. Quranic verses, QAnon verses. Verses that are subjective. And you take them to be signs of prophecy unfolding. They've replaced the terrorist cells full of extremists ready to blow themselves up so they can go have their virgins in heaven because they're fighting the great Satan on earth. They've replaced them with these QAnoners who are also fighting the great Satan, and they're also being described as incels. And I think that the incels have replaced the terror cells. And I don't think these are accidental phonetic resemblances. Quran, QAnon, not coincidental, not at all. Not when you look at the way that they're framing this new threat. And again, it's homegrown terrorism all over again. It's not a coincidence that the McCloskeys are, out there on their front yard pointing weapons at BLM, looking exactly like the cover of the Turner Diaries, the book that inspired Timothy McVeigh. I'm just suggesting that all of this stuff is very much engineered, and that QAnon is now being exaggerated as some kind of significant threat. In fact, there are warnings now that you can find that the digital soldiers are going to become real soldiers. That's the new meme being passed around. FBI warns QAnon digital soldiers may become more violent. So whatever happened to Osama bin Laden? Whatever happened to that threat? Well, I think it took them 19 years and they phased it out. So now we have this new thing, along with the viruses. But I think that this is also going to be a new persistent threat. Going through some comments here. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Appreciate it. Let's see. Angry Mouthy Freak says McAfee named Nicholas Tartagliani as Epstein's killer. Okay, let me look up this Nicholas character. And I had not heard about this. Okay, so let me find if there's anything else on this. Does anybody here believe that any of these characters are real? I mean, I just assume that this is some kind of soap opera. That this is some kind of long, drawn-out script. Like I said, I think Kubrick probably has his hands all over this thing. You can find connections between 9/11, The Shining films, 9/11, Doctor Strangelove, Space Odyssey 2001, 9/11. You can find coincidences between Space Odyssey 2001 and the year 2020, including Floyd and viruses and shutdowns, all that stuff. If you remember, 1968 was the year Space Odyssey came out, and there were so many things from 1968 that were reappearing in 2020, and we talked about it all summer. And I'll be putting a lot of these archives back into circulation on the 24/7 stream, just to remind myself of some of these things, because it was uncanny. I mean, there were dozens of monoliths showing up all over the world last year, right on time. Echo Charlie says, can we get rid of the x-rays if we have to have a nose pat down at the airport? Right, you go into the airport, you got to get swabbed, x-rayed, and then what? Search your browser history to make sure that you haven't pressed the Q. Just take the Q off your keyboard. Eventually, they're going to send in the Chinese troops to remove the question marks, but just remove the Q so you don't accidentally push it. But again, I brought up Q because this was John McAfee's final Instagram post. I mean, who's writing this stuff? And I kind of stopped paying attention to the QAnon thing, but it keeps coming back. And again, the pillow guy, let me go ahead and bring this up right now, because Mike Lindell, just today, in fact, or yesterday, he was talking to Bannon from Breitbart. And he said that Trump is going to be back in August, that he's going to be back in office. And then you have Trump saying he has not conceded. I also heard that the pillow guy bought like $4 million worth of masks and that they aren't regulation quality. They're not up to regulation, so we can't give them to the hospitals. We can't donate them. They're useless, and nobody wants them. He bought $4 million in masks. Okay, so again, I'm testing out a couple of things. Blog Talk Radio is one of the new platforms I'm going to be using. So we're getting everything turned back on, the 24/7 streams, late night calls, but we're introducing a couple of new podcasts. So a lot of those will be recorded on Blog Talk Radio, and a lot of other things are happening right now. So I want to go ahead and just put a link in the chat so you don't miss anything. Subscribe to the newsletter if you have not. All right, thank you again for coming. I'll be back later on this evening, possibly, but otherwise, stay in touch. In the next week or so, we'll be back full steam 24/7. Have a great afternoon. This is Auto Hoax.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Fly by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax. Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon? Get it, that's an auto hoax. You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news? Real, that's an auto hoax. They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We have some follow-ups to the developing story around John McAfee's death and how it relates to QAnon.
But we are concerned about the trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets
All right, so anyway, I was just going through some clips, just trying to find anything from the media that's objective at all. And no, they're all just script readers, and we know that. And that's one of the reasons why I do this. 30 minutes a day, you can join us for this podcast live or catch the replay, where we break down the fake news of the day, the most questionable stories of the day, and we challenge the dominant narratives if they don't pass the reality test. So let's go ahead and get started. There are so many things right now in the works: UFO invasion, Trump rallies, dead man switch by John McAfee, more a tower fell in Florida, which the explosion, if you look at it, it looks suspiciously like the explosion at Oklahoma, courtesy of Timothy McVeigh, which is sort of an interesting callback considering Turner Diaries, which inspired the bombing, had its 42nd anniversary last year when the McCloskeys came out, stepping right off the cover of the book, as though they were actors hired to portray armed white supremacists. But anyway, this tower falling in Florida does have something of a connection to the McAfee story, or so it was thought. There was a tweet going around saying that he had his 31 terabytes of damning information that would expose the deep state at his condo on 88th there in Miami, but that's not true. So a lot of people have been asking about that. Is it true? Do they take down that building because of McAfee? And the answer is no. The timestamp for that particular tweet goes to a tweet about McAfee complaining about Jeff Bezos. It had nothing to do with Miami. So somebody had just, cleverly cropped and repasted some new text over a tweet. So somebody had actually fact-checked it. So there you have it. Nothing to do with the tower. But I do have some interesting notes here about the tower. For example, Anonymous posted this. It said, and this is about the way it exploded, because many people have noticed that the thing imploded in a very World Trade Center Tower 7, a WTC 7. You have that tower that just fell inexplicably. Well, this kind of fell in the same way. It pancaked is one way it's been described. But listen to this. Non-explosive demolition agents are chemicals that are an alternative to explosives and gas pressure. To use non-explosive demolition agents, holes are drilled in the base rock as they would with conventional explosives, but a slurry mixture of the non-explosive agent and water is poured into the holes. Over the next few hours, the slurry expands, cracking the rock in a pattern like it would with a conventional explosive. So apparently there's some kind of non-explosive agent that could explain how it fell and how it exploded, or rather appeared to have been blown up in the same way as one of these buildings, structurally, the way it fell apart. And one other thing I want to bring up here, because Timothy McVeigh, I brought him up because, of course, he was motivated by the Turner Diaries, supposedly. Well, kind of interestingly enough, right there in Florida, you have a special agent working for the FBI who has a very curious resemblance to the supposedly dead, executed McVeigh. It's almost as though Timothy McVeigh were some kind of a Fed, and he was given a promotion after this particular gig. And aged appropriately, the individual's name is Paul Weisefall. Aged appropriately, yeah, I would say it's probably him. So he's the FBI agent who was in charge of investigating the fake Orlando shooting. So if you know anything about the Orlando shooting, fake as can be, unless there's some kind of LGBT clown car, because there were 7 cars in front of that disco, and they said there were 300 people inside. I mean, the whole thing was a joke. It's been taken apart. Nobody believes it was real, except for the people who don't really pay attention. But for the most part, this individual's tied into that. And so I'm like, well, that kind of ties into this as well. He's an operative within the PSYOP entertainment complex, so it's not surprising that he would show up again. And again, I would say that if you look at the picture of McVeigh before his fake execution and you compare the skull shape, it's actually quite distinctive. So McVeigh's alive, in my opinion. But anyway, it's in Florida, his neck of the woods, where this tower fell. A few other things. Okay, so a couple of days ago, I was talking about the photo of the body of McAfee and how that was a giveaway that this thing was a hoax. Well, that photograph was not from the other day, although it's still kind of a strange thing in itself. The photo is from another incident where he faked a heart attack in order to avoid being deported. So this dramatic photo of McAfee being wheeled out like a corpse, yeah, this was a previous event. And to me, this just underscores the idea that, this thing is a psyop, that he's not really dead. He's got some practice. He's rehearsed it before. Oh, they're trying to extradite you? Fake like you're having a heart attack or fake your death. We'll get you out. So again, this just suggests to me that this thing is probably not what it seems. And a few other things have actually come up within that area, and we'll get to that as well. Just the fact that he had, faked a heart attack before. In fact, there was something else. So this whole thing about the dead man's switch ties into Epstein. The long and short of it is he supposedly has the goods on all of his enemies and all of the bad actors in the deep state, and it's going to come out time released in some fashion onto the blockchain, and it can't be stopped. 31 terabytes of information. So this is supposedly coming out right now. And there was a drone operator that was circling above Epstein Island when the FBI was removing evidence, and it was rumored that McAfee was behind it. So McAfee, a big believer in QAnon and the whole Pizzagate thing, he was always pushing that. It's rumored that he was controlling the drone that was over Epstein Island looking at the evidence. And the username for the account of the drone operator was Rusty Shackelford. The significance there is Rusty is a character from a cartoon, King of the Hill or whatever, but apparently the character himself is something of a death faker, supposedly dead, living under an assumed name. So there's this other death faker tie-in with the name that he used for his spying on Epstein Island. And again, the fact that he faked a heart attack, and it doesn't explain why did the news run with this photo where you see these tweets and you got McAfee dead, and it's like, oh, he's dead. There's a picture, confirmation. And the picture is from years ago, back when he was faking a heart attack, which again, I find that to be very indicative of a hoaxer, someone who is well practiced at this type of thing. And so again, I don't think he's dead, nor does, funnily enough, QAnon. So QAnon has some other proxies, whether you believe in QAnon or not. There are some disseminators of these tips that the believers all follow. And one of them is a character on Telegram called Code Monkeys, spelled with a Z. And the other one is George News, believed to be run by JFK Jr. And these are channels with hundreds of thousands of followers. And their messaging over the last couple of days has been that John McAfee is not dead. So it's not just JFK who's not dead, but John McAfee apparently is not dead. Now, here, speaking of QAnon and all that, here is General Flynn, the guy who pretty much has been bringing up the idea of Trump coming back into office. Well, here he is, kind of reiterating this. And I think it's relevant because tomorrow and on July 4th, Trump will be doing these major rallies. So here's General Flynn talking about how Trump can be reinstated.
And the remedy is to install him in some way or the other, either through another election or runoff, or perhaps the Supreme Court says plunk.
Here. Seconded.
Yeah. Let's give him something to talk about, for goodness sakes. Come on, who's with
Right, yeah.
So just a little background here on this cackling. So this is from Steel Truth, and this is General Michael Flynn making claims about the constitutionality of a presidential reinstatement. So again, I'm just going to play 30 seconds.
General Flynn.
Here. Right, yeah. I mean, well, first of all, what should happen if we find out that there are a sufficient number of electoral votes that are reversed because proper audits are done, and Trump now has over 270, right? Then you reinstate the guy and you get rid of the guy that's there. And everybody's going to go, oh, this is unconstitutional. Bullshit. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
That is not the case. Hey, there have been people, at different levels in different political offices that have been taken out, and the rightfully elected person has been put in. So that is unprecedented at the presidential level, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen or that it cannot happen. So.
Okay, so there he is, just kind of fanning that flame, and it's growing. There are a lot of people who think that this is going to happen, as you'll see in the coming days. The Department of Homeland Security is worried about the, quote, Trump reinstatement conspiracy theory, and they believe that it could lead to violence. Now, I don't know why they have this fear. I mean, this is being pushed by the pillow guy, who just wasted like $2 million on masks that aren't even CDC standards, so they can't be sold to any hospitals, they can't be donated. He's stuck. I mean, maybe he can stuff pillows with masks, but he's stuck with millions of dollars in masks. If these guys were looking for an insurrection, they would be buying guns, not trying to cash in on the COVID scam. But it says here, millions of people across the U.S. believe the MyPillow guy, Sidney Powell, the Kraken, and other Trump supporters who say that he will be reinstated and Biden will be shown the exit door. The widespread amplification of that theory, including by Trump himself. And I was listening to something from OANN, and it was Trump talking about what he's working on right now, who he's helping to get elected. And one of the things he said, though, was that they're busy, quote, fighting the deep state. So he's still talking about the deep state. So anyway, it goes on to say here that they're not aware of any specific credible threats yet linked to the conspiracy theory about Trump being reinstated, but the DHS is monitoring discussion online among the extremist community. So shout out to the DHS. I thought they were busy simulating EMP attacks. And there is another one of those coming up. In fact, I think they just did one. Yeah, this is from thedrive.com. The National Guard simulated a cyber attack that brought down the utilities nationwide. Exercise leaders say the teams conducted mock attacks, and this gave the National Guard an opportunity to have a better idea of what to expect in the event of cyber attacks, ransomware operations. Then it also goes on to say Space Force has to prepare for operations as well that extend beyond orbit. So this is all tied in. Space wars with cyber attacks. It's not a coincidence we have space junk from China a year from a drill about space junk from China. So anything they drill for, as a rule of thumb, it's a rehearsal. That's all it is. So just so you know, yes, they're rehearsing for utilities being brought down nationwide. So get ready to deal without your Netflix for a minute. Okay, so this is weird. I'm just going to play a second of it. Joe Biden has this new thing. I think it's for Gravitas or something. Maybe his adrenochrome supply is running low. But listen to this. He's taken to whispering for emphasis.
$1 trillion relief so far. I got them $1.9 trillion relief so far. They're going to be getting checks in the mail that are consequential.
So there's a lot of clips like that where he is whispering into the mic. Very creepy. In fact, Creepy Joe was trending for about 12 hours. Someone brought this up, symbolism, and I didn't catch this right away, but yeah, it makes sense. Symbolism regarding John McAfee, known for his antivirus software, quote, dead not only in the year of a pandemic, but also while the country is under the threat of looming cyber attacks. Good observation there. Cyber attacks. And notice, too, how these overlap. The idea of cyber attacks and a pandemic, or the infodemic. In fact, when they did the drills with Event 201, they were already then correlating the infodemic with being as big of a threat, of a problem, as the actual pandemic. And in my view, the pandemic was actually just a cover story for clamping down on what they believe is an infodemic. It's all about the censorship. I think that's the real bottom line. Okay, so the DHS is worried. Okay, the UFO thing. Big Nothing Burger. I got that information. There was like a drop from the... Let me go ahead and bring this up. Having to do with UAPs. And again, we've been talking about this for some time. We're like, well, this is going to be it. If there's anything to it. This whole UFO disclosure project, Bluebeam, this would be the time. And just another bit of empty promises. I mean, the build-up, such a letdown. I'm glad I don't believe in aliens right now, because I would be dismal. So this is the preliminary assessment of unidentified aerial phenomenon from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So I went through it. It's a 9-page PDF, and it basically says nothing to see here. It says everything can be explained by one of 5 explanatory categories: airborne clutter, natural atmospheric phenomenon, United States government or U.S. industry developmental programs, foreign adversary systems, and then a catch-all, quote, other bin. And this usually has to do with, as it explains here, errors in processing information. Just people are just getting it wrong. And it explains why there are patterns here, but there's nothing here to suggest aliens or anything being suppressed whatsoever. It says here, airborne clutter includes birds, balloons, recreational unmanned aerial vehicles, airborne debris like plastic bags. So, as far as foreign adversarial systems, this would mean technologies deployed by China and Russia. So that's pretty much it. Nothing in here, nothing groundbreaking, no UFOs forthcoming. So, I mean, maybe there's still a week left, we'll see. This isn't specifically related to the UFO necessarily, but you know the whole Space Odyssey story about the alien intelligences interfacing with us through these monoliths. And then last year we had the monoliths appearing, and we've been discussing what the monolith actually means. And I've been suggesting that it means the monolithic, the one world religion, the one world view that has been created for us. And over at NATO recently, they actually brought out a digital monolith. It's a big monolith with screens on it. And to me, this is perfect. This is a perfect symbol. And they're all sitting there worshiping this thing, Biden included. Just basically bowing before this glowing obelisk. And it's a tribute to the values of the New World Order, its religious paradigm, which, as I've explained here, it's climate change is God's wrath. Virus is the new sin. Your carbon footprint is your original sin that you must atone for. Confession has been replaced by recycling. And the obelisk, the ancient emblem of the earth god, has been resurrected for the new age. And this is perfectly it. NATO's digital monolith, which even makes more sense when you think about the monolith itself. Like I said, this represents the one world view, their monopoly on perception by control of the media. I would say that a religious holy book is a monolith. It's the definitive source on authority the definitive source and authority on everything. It's like the book has been replaced. The holy book has been replaced by the mainstream media, the media that doesn't get censored, the media that is the echo chamber that you're supposed to be in. To me, that's the monolith, and it comes through the screen, your black screens. And of course, anything that they don't want to come through that screen, they're actively working to suppress it. That's the infodemic. So it makes perfect sense to me, though, that they would have a digital monolith as the new symbol, because the worldview shaping power of the mass media is inherently monolithic now that everything's digital. They can alter, they can delete. They don't have to go out there and analog hide stuff. They don't have to burn books anymore. I mean, they've been burning books digitally for years now. Look what they did to YouTube. I mean, you may not agree with the flat earthers, but that whole wing of YouTube pretty much was burned, and nobody cared. One other thing, I thought this was interesting, because at the moment they just finished changing out the solar panels on the space station. And I was drawing these correlations here between the panels and the Twin Towers. And also, interestingly enough, I found this image of the panels being replaced. And if you look, there's like an orb between the two. Very reminiscent of the Space Odyssey monolith with the eclipse, with the corona. Very interesting symbolism. But they're replacing it today, and I actually have an image. It crossed the sun, and you can see the space station missing half of one of its panels. Kind of interesting. I mean, I find it to be very questionable. I don't necessarily believe it, but people do. And it's also noteworthy that the Russians are going to the Chinese space station. So I've been suggesting that they're going to bring this thing down, that it's being brought down. And I think right now it's being pulled down subtly at the moment. Okay, again, I mentioned Trump being reinstated and QAnon being, I think, invigorated. I think they've been kind of reactivated by this whole thing with McAfee, who suggests that there's, because if you remember, right after he died, somebody put Q, the letter Q, on his Instagram account. So you can't put that fire out. And now that Trump's going to go out and have these meetings, you can bet you're going to see Qs everywhere this weekend. So now listen to this, though. This is from One America News Network. This is the network that just interviewed Trump a couple days ago, and he talked about fighting the deep state. But now listen to this. This is where they're talking about how, once they figure out who cheated in the election, how they can go about executing.
Which raises even more questions about exactly how many people were involved in these efforts to undermine the election. Hundreds? Thousands? Tens of thousands? How many people does it take to carry out a coup against the presidency? And when all the dust settles from the audit in Arizona and the potential audits in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Wisconsin, what happens to all these people who are responsible for overthrowing the election? What are the consequences for traitors who meddled with our sacred democratic process and tried to steal power by taking away the voices of the American people? What happens to them? Well, in the past, America had a very good solution for dealing with such traitors: execution.
And there you have it, execution. So that's now back on the table as soon as the Dead Man's Switch is released. And did he store the goods on the deep state, on the blockchain, and will it be released? Now, this is somewhat ominous from MarketWatch. The headline, John McAfee was one of the original genius but bizarre CEOs, and Elon Musk should take note. Is that a threat? Something ominous about that. He should take note. A couple of other things. Colin Kaepernick's, it's not even ice cream, it's non-dairy, but his dessert from Ben & Jerry's is now available in Reno, Nevada. Change the world, spelled world like spinning. And I point out how interesting this is to me anyway, because the name Nicholas is where you get colon from. Colon derives from Nicholas. Kaepernick derives from Copernicus, as in the Copernican revolution, when the world started spinning. So it's interesting that his name, Colin Kaepernick, is literally Nicholas Copernicus, who changed the world. Again, the word world and spinning world have a phonetic meaning here that to me seems almost Shakespearean at its depth. I think this is a joke, a deep, deep joke. But I think it's interesting too that I was looking at Ben & Jerry's because they, this is their logo, and then I was comparing it to Baskin Robbins because Baskin Robbins had a truck that was making a delivery, and I had a real close up of their logo, and I couldn't help but note that it's obviously and clearly a 1312. The significance of 1312 is, 1 is A, 3 is C. 1 is A, 2 is B. ACAB, all cops are bastards. This is what BLM chants, all cops are bastards. And I'm like, well, maybe Baskin Robbins ought to do a Colin Kaepernick version of some kind of Kaepernick-themed flavor for their, I don't know. This is all, to me, it's just like, it can't be a coincidence, right? But clearly they can't mean all cops are bastards. What could they mean with 1312? Could it be a coincidence? And there is one other meaning to 1312, That's the year that the Knights Templar went underground. So could also be a Masonic thing. Not quite sure, but anyway, I thought it would be interesting if they could get somehow Kaepernick on there. If anybody has noticed that, am I the first one to notice that their logo is 1312? Let's see what else today. Today, Chauvin was sentenced to 22.5 years. Derek Chauvin, 9/11 to America, Western chauvinism. It's all just a big story. Let's see what else. Okay, here's something. McAfee was 4.2 million behind in taxes. 4.2. How many times have we seen the number 42 recently, with people falling from grace, people being taken down? Joe Rogan, 42 tracks pulled. Probably not a coincidence. And then there was that 41-story tower that had the explosion, and Cuomo had some kind of building or office there. They reported it as 41, but it was 42. It was even from like 42floors.com. Like, insane how they try to bury some of their cryptic symbolism. I guess too many people are noticing. Okay. Salty Siren says you can see the 31 in it too. Well, they do this with all the logos. They have these occult messages, and I'm like looking at this thinking, is there any corporation that isn't controlled by the cryptocrats? I don't think so. I think they control and monopolize culture and everything. We're just looking at their puppet show at all times. Yes, so Trump's going to have a rally not only Saturday, the 26th, but also a second rally. This will be on Thursday, July the 4th. They're calling it the 45 Fest. And, you know, they're still treating him like he's their president. I mean, I don't know what the deal is here. Is it just a sore loser? Is he just trying to get people in for 2022? Or are they really going to try to get him back in office in August? But one thing he hasn't done is he hasn't said that is not his intention. So I think that it's on the table, especially with his recent comments where, yeah, he did use the actual phrase, deep state. They're fighting the deep state. Let's see, a couple of other things here I want to bring up before we go. There's this. This is kind of an old clip, but it's worth repeating because the news media ignored this after the fact. And this is 1 minute and 40 seconds. And this tells you everything you need to know about Parkland. And it also suggests a lot about some of the actors from Parkland who never go away, such as David Hogg. Take a listen.
I actually was in the bathroom at the moment, and I came.
Now, just for context, this is someone who claims that she heard gunshots while she was leaving the school. It was being evacuated, and she was walking with Nicholas Cruz, and she was making jokes with him, thinking, wow, if anybody shot up the school, I would imagine it would have been you. You got to hear this.
Evacuate right now, so that's what we did. As I was going down the stairs, I heard a couple shots fired. Everyone was freaking out, saying that it was a gun. And as we were walking, the whole class together, I actually was speaking to the suspect, Nicholas Cruz. And as I was speaking to him...
Now you saw that smile, big smile, huge smile. I mean, this is the happiest crisis actress I've ever seen. I mean, it must have been a great payday. But I think she's ad-libbing.
Speaking to the suspect, Nicholas Cruz. And as I was speaking to him, he seemed very, I don't know what the word I want to say is, but he was trouble in middle school, so I kind of joked to him about it and said, I'm surprised you weren't the one who did it. And he just gave me a huh? So that's really what happened.
You were walking down the hall, he had already fired at that time?
Yes, sir, with him.
Weren't you scared?
In the moment I wasn't, because there was definitely another shooter involved.
So there you have it, another shooter. The media never looked into it. Anyway, thanks for joining. We'll be doing these daily breakdowns of the biggest hoaxes and the questionable narratives of the day. And join us tomorrow for Infinite Plane Saturday, open phones. Subscribe on the link below.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually we were right to do it this way.
Okay, thanks for joining. Today is June 24th, 2021. And this is episode 2. And this is a daily podcast that we're doing to cover all of the major hoaxes or questionable news events of the day. It's very important, I think, that we keep continuity here, as we have been for a few years on the channel. But the purpose to doing this in a podcasting format is accessibility to more minds. And then we can, of course, aggregate more listeners for the live streams at night where we take calls and also take tips from the chats. So right now we're awaiting the dead man switch alluded to by John McAfee and further implied by the posthumous Q post on his Instagram account. We covered that right away, and shortly after, Instagram had actually pulled the offensive letter down. And I've been saying for a while, take the Q's off your keyboard, because at some point they're going to come, vax and quarantine all the people with Q's on their keyboards. Like, that's how paranoid they are about this supposed conspiracy theory. If it's just a theory, then what's the big deal? Anyway, it says here that he has a wallet, an Etherscan wallet named Epstein. And this is the thing. He has a wallet, the tracker ID is whacked. And so, to catch up on the story really quick here, he suggested some time ago that he would be whacked. He showed off his tattoo of his arm, which has the phrase whacked on it. And of course, this is tied to a wallet and it relates to Epstein. So this has sort of brought back the QAnon crowd, now thinking that we're just days away from some kind of major dox drop or something. Like a great awakening is about to happen. They're about to reveal everything about everybody. And I think I got to find an image here. But I believe that one of the images that McAfee used had Hillary Clinton eating some pizza. So, QAnon post on John McAfee has unleashed a conspiracy wave. This is being commented on everywhere. But anyway, who put the image up there after he died? So supposedly it's his wife. We'll find out. But there's a few things about this I want to go through. So let's go ahead and continue. One, we have already seen a picture of John McAfee, and I find this to be somewhat unbelievable. And here's why. So let's assume he suicided. Let's just assume the news isn't lying. Okay, for one, has he been autopsied yet? Do we know the cause of death? Do they know? How can it be determined? I mean, I'm asking these questions because the body that we see is prepared in a suit. Calm, mouth closed, and eyes are closed. And these details matter. Because, okay, we can rule out gunshots. Hanging, I don't know. Because an autopsy would necessitate an opening of the body. It would necessitate restoration by a mortician. And the presentation of the corpse, of course, would require a degree of preparation, as you would see here, that would require that the eyes be closed, the mouth sewn shut, any blood removed. And presumably he would have to have been embalmed to be put out in public. So I'm finding all this to be questionable. Why are they displaying a corpse, and how is he so well prepared? Because you wouldn't make these preparations before the autopsy. Seems awfully quick to parade a corpse out there, which I think, again, seems very questionable. So for these reasons, I think it's probably fake. I mean, there's a few other reasons I would think so, but that right there alone suggests to me that we're looking at maybe some kind of a hoax. But I'm really curious as to what this dead man switch contains. So that's the main thing I've been following today. I've been trying to see if there's anything to it. So I have a few other things I wanted to bring up here. But again, someone posted Q on his page. Does that mean anything to anybody here? Well, I think it's also worth noting that it coincides with the UFO disclosure, which is supposed to happen this month. And that's a huge part of this Great Awakening saga. So I don't think it's over yet. And by the way, Trump has a rally in a couple of days. On Saturday, June 26, 2021, in Wellington, Ohio, Trump is having a rally. And they're calling him President Trump. And note that he has never conceded. All these things are probably related. I really happen to think that there's something being suggested here, because having a high-profile death like this, a frequent guest on InfoWars, shout out QAnon, and shout out the name Epstein at the same time, I think there might be something to it. I don't know too much about the individual. Here's a synopsis I have here. He made McAfee antivirus, got rich, went a little off the deep end, was ousted from his company, although they still use his name, did some crazy stuff, maybe killed his neighbor in Belize for killing his dog, filmed the feds removing evidence from Epstein Island via drone. See, that's the part where it ties into QAnon. So he's filming feds over there at Epstein Island. Now, what were they removing? Because I've seen some footage from the island that someone went, independent footage. It was Dollar Vigilante. Turns out that the temple is just a prop. It's just painted doors. It's not even something you could enter and host an orgy if you wanted to. So it says he was definitely murdered. This is again from an anonymous commenter. He was definitely murdered for the Epstein thing and maybe other things that he said. So a lot of people are suspecting foul play here. Here's a quote from January of last year from John McAfee himself on his Twitter account. For you panicked people involved in Epstein's murder, I absolutely 1000% have not just a dead man's switch, but a twice daily check-in switch. If you think you're fast enough to grab me, torture me, and get what you need before it activates, think again. Then August 10th, 2019, a dead man's switch. Who would have received that overwhelming mass of data to be released in the event of his death? So he has been talking about this for some time. So there's plenty of reason, I think, to speculate here onto whether or not there is a kill switch, because he pretty much says it himself. So now the question is, when does it get released and how? And that's what I have been following very closely. Some have looked into the image that was posted on his Instagram and have claimed to have found some kind of leads. For example, here we have one. This is from Anonymous ID from 6/23/21. It says, holy crap, the code in the Q picture was actually the hexadecimal representation of a private key for an Ethereum wallet. The wallet is empty and has no transaction history, but there is a test deployment of the whacked contract prior to it being launched. It goes on to say this. It says, what's going on here? I'm pretty good at Ethereum. I do some solid programming, but I might need some assembly ninjas to reverse engineer this contract and see what it is. How is he deploying contracts and posting on social media with hidden keys? So someone looked into it, and they think that this is indeed some kind of dead man switch, and it's all tied into Epstein. So here's John McAfee launches, and this is from November of 2019, Whacked, an Epstein didn't kill himself crypto. American entrepreneur John McAfee has launched a meme cryptocurrency dubbed Whacked, marketed with the rubric Epstein didn't kill himself. The image used to advertise Whacked is a portrait of Hillary Clinton with eyes fixed on a pair of dangling feet as she clutches a slice of pizza. Okay, so there you have another connection to this Pizzagate saga. Hillary Clinton eating pizza, of course, signifies something much worse. Polecat78 says it sounds like a movie script. Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it? It absolutely does. I don't know what to make of this. However, this came across my desk. The day McAfee dies in prison in Madrid, a U.S. military plane flies from Madrid back to the USA. Again, that's just hearsay. I don't know exactly what it means. It says here, 2 transactions a day until the 23rd of June, all incoming, none outgoing. Did he blockchain 31 terabytes? Links spread out to 31 holders, now to 30,836 holders. So what you're hearing here, this is speculation on what this dead man's switch actually contains. And he alluded to 31 terabytes of damaging information that would bring down the, quote, deep state. And this is also breaking. Spanish authorities have reported that all surveillance footage of John McAfee's cell was accidentally destroyed. How convenient. You know, I think there's like 14,000 hours of footage that we should have from the Capitol from 1/6 that would show that it was indeed a guided tour and a photo op and a Democrat-managed theater, a little bit of political theater just to influence the narrative, but it was not an insurrection. Jake Angeli, 33, is an actor. It's amazing how they can play along with it, but that's just how spellbound the masses are. You know, if you show it on TV, they think it's real. So anyway, yeah, it was accidentally destroyed. How do you accidentally destroy footage? I mean, we're not talking about like physical tapes. So, John was found dead in a Spanish prison cell Wednesday, but the letter Q was posted to his Instagram hours after his death. His wife, Janice, is believed to have posted to his accounts for him while he was imprisoned. The IG account has since been removed. The switch, as it's being called, contains the name Epstein. Of course, we have his whacked tattoo. Now, again, I looked at his body in the picture, and I think it looks fake. It just seems really unlikely to me that they would even present a corpse like that. I'm not sure what to make of it. Now, here's what he actually said about the 31 terabytes. I've collected files on corruption in governments for the first time. I'm naming names and specifics. I'll begin with a corrupt CIA agent and 2 officials coming today. If I'm arrested or if I disappear, 31 plus terabytes of incriminating data will be released to the press. So here's what we know so far. Again, pretty much everything I've said. He said, why am I keeping this information private if it could help the world? See, this is a good question. For those of you who've been following the QAnoners and everything, the story, it's like, if they have this information, why aren't they dropping it? They just lost an election. They're claiming it was stolen. Why aren't they dropping at least a few pictures, a snapshot? Show me a video of Hillary Clinton eating a slice of pizza. But nothing has actually come out. A lot of it's just innuendo. They fake evidence on, with memes. So I haven't seen anything to convince me about any of this QAnon narrative being anything other than some type of an operation to paint up right-wingers in particular as this new universal threat. It's like we had the Islamic terrorists. I think they've been replaced by this new vanilla ISIS, as I've been calling it. And that's exactly the narrative that they're going with. And I may get to this in a bit, but do you remember, I always refer to him as Telcom X. You may not remember his real name, Shaun King. Shaun King has been in the news lately. This is one of the BLM leaders. And the reason he's in the news is I'll read the headline. He's been called an imposter by the mother of Tamir Rice. She calls him a white man acting black. So I've been talking about this for some time because he's a very shady character, if you ask me. Yes, his dad was the first one to bring the attention to this. He said, no, that's my son. He's lying. So somehow this guy, unlike others, has gotten a pass on faking his race. And he did so, and he got into a position of influence, and he's always around these major psyops or major shootings that get all the publicity. But look at this one here. In a scathing Instagram post on Tuesday, Samaria Rice, the mother of a 12-year-old boy who was shot and killed by police in Cleveland for holding a gun, she accused him of being an imposter for raising money after her son's death without her permission, and she called him a white man acting black. It's kind of like Rachel Dozenel, who actually faked hate crimes against herself. And I believe there's a few issues around here, but anyway, it's fascinating. It's fascinating to see this is the sign that you're looking at an agent anyway, deep undercover. So just a side note there. But anyway, let me get back to what we were talking about. Oh yeah, why would he keep the information private? Why would John McAfee not spill the information? He says, because I'm a dead man the moment the information's released. So he says he's been selfish, but he's old and we won't have to wait very long. So his excuse for not dropping the docs on the deep state a long time ago is that they would kill him for it. He says here, the instant I disappear, the information will be released. Those named would be crazy to kill me or collect me. They're praying I live forever. Revenge takes over if I'm released. So whatever it is, revenge takes over. I'm not sure. But again, from Truthhammer, rumor confirmed, McAfee QPic has a cryptographic key embedded in the image file. So you can look into it yourself. Now, I don't know, I'm not saying this guy's a saint or a martyr. I saw him joking about having taken advantage of a whale and that he's boss for doing so because whales can dive like a quarter mile and flip a ship. But anyway, yeah, I actually came across a photo of the individual atop naked, and he's on top of a whale. I'm not going to put it on the screen, but you can find it. I don't know the backstory of it whatsoever, but yeah, apparently he, I don't know what you want to call that, humped a whale. Okay, so this is something from Infowars.com, just a couple of quotes here, comments from individuals. One commenter, not InfoHorror, says, quote, he was murdered by the criminal U.S. government who threatened to kill McAfee, which they did, according to McAfee. Quote, the dirtiest, most satanic ones on this planet, except for the satanic fascist Zionist Khazarian Talmudic Israel who gave 9/11 to America, along with the skull and bones Dick Cheney and gay W. Bush. Hathawad says, nope, our intelligence officials failed us on 9/11. That shows you where the info warriors are at. They still think 9/11 was real, and the bad guys over there did it, not these bad guys. Like they're 19 years behind the curve. The real Vincent, this is also collected from InfoWars, said, McAfee had the ability to identify all of the globalist espionage agents. So that's why he would be targeted, if true. Now again, there was some story about how he killed his neighbor after his neighbor poisoned his dog, and then he hid in a bunker until the police disappeared and he went somewhere else. A lot of interesting material here to go over. I'm mostly focused on this dead man Switch, and he has made some interesting comments about the, quote, deep state. So I'll be following up on this as we go along. I want to go and bring up a couple of other things. Like on the solstice, there was a CERN ritual. I want to make sure that no one missed this. So up above, they were replacing solar panels on the space station for the solstice. And down below, you had a ceremony around a cube. CERN lays the first stone of the Science Gateway. And I'm looking at the Science Gateway logo, and it's got these lines colliding and then sort of an explosion in the middle. And they talk about it in this ceremony, in this presentation. And they talk about it as representing destruction and creation, more or less. You know, more of the same. The rite of laying a cornerstone is an important cultural component of Eastern architecture and metaphorically in sacred architecture generally. So let me go and pull this article up. And then we have, of course, the tunnel ceremonies with CERN are pretty well known. Looks like they're opening, I mean, a lot of it looks orgiastic, and then you have fallen angels doing lewd things, devils prancing around with horns, goat horns. You have portals opening, ghosts coming out of portals, hypnotized zombies. I mean, this is all part of the tunnel opening ceremonies at CERN. This latest ceremony, though, happens on the solstice, and it involves a white cube that they're all surrounding. Now, it wasn't as glamorous. There weren't any costumes that I could see. And I listened to the speech that was involved here, and it sounded like more of the same talk. It's kind of like what the World Economic Forum does. Very utopian in many ways. But if you want to look into that, just go to CERN's own website. I think the main noteworthy part here, if you're looking at iconography, is the white cube. I don't know what the cube means in this context being white, but black cubes are often related to these exact types of ceremonies, and specifically the solar ceremonies, the solstices. So that's what got me to look at this in the first place. Again, it's called the Science Gateway. I have a few other notes I want to go through. Also, if you're wondering, yes, we're going to be doing live open phones, 9 to 11 Mountain Time, so those will be resumed shortly. So those of you who have been leaving voicemails, I'll catch up on all those. We'll be playing all of those, and we'll get everything running smoothly very soon. Had to take care of a few things on the side, and then of course we're getting a lot of these podcasts pre-recorded. Polecat says, truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. Well, I'm not quite sure what to make about this, because it's easy to say it's all fake. It's easy to just ignore the whole Epstein thing. But then when you look into how these characters actually tie into the broader narrative, you've got Epstein working for A.G. Barr's father, Donald Barr, and his father writes these horrible books, like, for example, the Gothic romances, where it has these like enslaved teenagers on alien islands, like alien planets, like playthings for the elite. So you have these Epstein Island type constructs in outer space in the fictional universe of A.G. Barr's father, who hired Epstein. And then, you know, it goes deeper. So you look into this and you're like, well, at some point, you know, what are we looking at here? You know, where there's smoke, there's fire. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, that kind of thing. So I'm just looking at this McAfee thing as vindication or another nothing burger. You know, either that was a dead man's switch and we're about to see it being opened up, or whatever's gonna be released will be released, or it was just some massive troll, maybe to launch another S coin, the actual whacked coin. So I'm not quite sure, but look, it's 6/24/21. We're a week away from July, and it's this month, before the end of this month, that we're supposed to have the UFO disclosures. And I pointed this out before because, again, it's Donald Trump who triggered the UFO disclosures, and you know he's around again doing these rallies. But I think it's worth noting that 33 years ago, he had this theme party for his birthday, because his birthday's in mid-June, June 14th. So 33 years ago, at Donald Trump's birthday party, they had these elaborate decorations involving a UFO, a 15-foot spaceship above his head with lasers and fog and light, and it was a light show, but it was basically a little UFO thing for his birthday party 33 years ago. And he turned 42 that year. So does it mean anything? I don't know, but I think it's very curious. And if you look at the occurrences of those numbers, 42 and 33, with relation to this alien agenda and all this predictive programming, it's highly suggestive that if there is going to be anything involving QAnon and their prophecies, if you want to call them that, it's going to have to show in the next week or so. We can't have dead man switches and nothing happens. I mean, this happened with Isaac Cappy a couple of years ago. And Isaac Cappy radicalized a lot of people with the QAnon narrative. They thought, well, this is the main whistleblower naming names. He's the one who put Tom Hanks in the spotlight with the QAnon crowd. And he dies, but nothing was ever released. In fact, his death scene was very questionable, much like the body that we saw in the photo of McAfee. Very questionable. Cubstar says, don't forget the Barr Epstein virus making the news at the same time. Yes, there is an STD called the Barr Epstein virus, which does kind of strangely correlate to Epstein working for Barr at that school. So they're working around teenagers at a school, and this guy's writing a book about teenagers. Lewd stuff. So then when you hear McAfee is recording the FBI removing evidence from Epstein Island, you know, I'm like, well, maybe there's something here. Are we seeing some smoke here? And I think the mass media is going to find this to be a very problematic week if they're trying to quell the QAnon fires, because, again, his parting shot was John McAfee's Instagram posts a Q image moments after he dies. Like, that's pretty dramatic. So if you thought the QAnon fire was going to be put out, not quite. And so far, all of the articles about it have been very dismissive because they don't want to give any credibility to this. But the post depicts a black capital letter Q on a white background. Are there any QAnon believers in the chat right now? I do follow many of them. Sergeant Peterson says, remember the JFK drop, Big Nothing Burger. Well, so far it has been nothing but, and it's here's the interesting thing that they do, the QAnoners, is they take the Q drops from 2 or 3 years ago and they say, no, it applies to the future. So they find the date, they look at the one from late June 2019, and then they look at late June, their own revelations. And I have said this for more than a couple of years, that the QAnon narrative is just a secular version of Revelations. You have the opening of seals, the naming of the damned and the saved. You have the savior figure to crush the deep state. And of course, the deep state is this way of explaining, it's just a way of just demonizing the Democrats, you know, to get real about it. But it's this idea that there's this underground war going on between these supposed white hats and black hats. You know, like angels and demons, like a war in heaven. Kind of like the space war thing. You know, it's this idea of there's this war going on that's out of our reach and we're just mere spectators to it. In fact, some of the more hardcore QAnoners believe that deep state is literal and that the fights are going on beneath our feet in underground bases, subterranean warfare. Some believe that there are bunkers and bunker bombs. There have been tens of thousands of casualties, that there are children being trafficked in tunnels. I mean, it's literally this deep state thing. It's like literally about this underground war. No evidence yet, though. Stranger says, how we love our entertainment. Yeah, entertainment and news have been pretty much the same thing this entire time, and people are just now figuring it out. Now, one interesting point about the JFK thing, because people who do not know this, JFK Jr. is believed by the QAnoners to actually be Q. They believe he faked his death. And there are pictures of someone believed to be JFK Jr. I believe his name is Vincent. And the interesting thing about this is the more I look into it, the more it seems like if that's true, then it's all the more likely that this QAnon is part of a script probably decades old, which we'll be discussing at length as this goes on. Stranger says, all nothing burgers come with extra cheese. Well, a lot of people are surprised that the QAnon thing is still going on, given that they're subsisting on a diet, a steady diet of, breadcrumbs. And Q hasn't officially dropped anything in 6 months, I believe. It's been quite some time. Although, and the media won't report this, but the QAnoners do have other sources that they consider to be very close to JFK Jr. But the deep underground base scenario, that's tied in with aliens, reptilians, blue avians, and Nordics. So this is why, look, this is something else too. The media wants to smear conspiracy theorists and people who peddle misinformation. Well, the truth is, QAnon is not a flat earth group. The QAnoners believe we're on a big blue spinning ball hurtling through space. And they believe in Space Force, because the whole narrative is actually based on Space Force protecting us. And at some point, there's going to be some broadcast. And one more thing here, the pillow guy, you know, Mike Lindell, he has come out in front of this idea that they're going to still overturn the election. And moreover, he says it's going to happen in August. And tie this in with Donald Trump saying that he has not conceded. There's something there. Also, you know, again, he spent millions of dollars on masks that he can't get rid of. 2 million masks that no one wants. Like, who didn't see that coming? I knew masks were a bad idea 6 months ago. Surprised they haven't gotten into vaxes. I was like thinking, maybe I ought to get a patent on vaxes that will vaccinate you against the side effects of the unvaccinated being in your presence. Because it seems like a lot of the anti-vaxxers are literally afraid of the vaccinated. Okay, so just to recap here, we're waiting for results on the dead man switch. There does appear to be one, and it does tie into this tired story of Pizzagate, Hillary Clinton, Epstein, and the death photo of McAfee, in addition to having a sun symbol over his hands, is obviously a prepared corpse. So he hasn't been autopsied. Makes me question whether or not this individual actually died. Is this? It could be wax for all we know. So that's kind of where I'm leaning with this. Anyway, thanks for joining. If you have any comments, if you have anything you want to add to this, go to autohoax.com or infiniteplane.media and add something to the forums there. We'll be back same time later, and this will premiere on YouTube.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Fly by 9/11, club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. Just all according to the code. I'm Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You're tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an...
I swear it's a zombie apocalypse coming, I'm running. It's like a sixth sense. I see mass people and vax people. Our community does not consent to the immunity from all these pharmaceutical companies. Free from impunity, free from impunity, free from impunity, free from impunity.
All right, thank you for joining. It is January the 11th, 2021, a date prophesied by some to be the date that Seattle gets 9/11 nuked or something. One of those things. And I've looked at the logical framework that supports this particular prophecy, and I can't really poke any holes in it. So I'm looking very closely. I have my eyes on Seattle. If you're there, I hope it's as fake as I imagine it will be. You know, I don't presume that any of these major psyops have ever been real. And why would they start now? You know, why now? All right, phones are going to be open momentarily. I have a lot of voicemails to go over, so I'm going to have to hack into my voicemail system here in just a few moments. But before I do, let's go ahead and go through some of the news of the day, and let me see what's happening in the chats. That was a new track, The Reckoning by JT33, premiered today. Dan Simmons says, I can't find it. If you want to make sure you find us wherever we're at, go to infiniteplainsociety.com. It has the links to all the channels that we're on. We're also on a few other places now. In fact, one of the places I want to get you to go to is autohoax.com. This is a website, a project we were developing. We were cataloging most of the psyops of the day. And then COVID came along, and we kind of got distracted. But I checked, and the site still gets a fair amount of traffic. So autohoax.com is back in operation, unveiling the deception on all fronts, psyops, deepfakes, fake deep space, etc. There's a newsletter there. So autohoax.com will be the place where I'm going to be posting. Also, there's a new podcast in the works, which will be a daily breakdown of the major noteworthy psyops of the day, as well as the meta script and where it's advancing, which is one of the things we'll cover this evening. And let's just go through some of these things. I have a list of topics here. Russia threatening to leave the ISS and why this could launch another space race. So the term space race is being used a lot, and that's one of the first things I want to point out. But I did say that this would be the summer of the space station dissolving, the international cooperation, that the space station represents the Tower of Babel, and they're about to pull it, like they pulled Building 7. So, Russia threatening to leave means the same thing. It doesn't literally have to fall. It just has to signify a breakdown of the cooperation in space, where now space becomes a contested zone. And why wouldn't it? Here's another example of the term space race. Dogecoin versus Bitcoin. Elon Musk declares a crypto space race. And he said he was going to put a Dogecoin, a literal Dogecoin, on the literal moon instead of just metaphorical. And I want to point out too, and we mentioned this the other day, that the Doge to the moon meme started in February, early February, late January, when Musk had the two Starship prototypes on display adjacent to one another, and the wolf moon was rising between these two twin towers. And I called it out as very, very symbolic, probably reminiscent of the Moon Tarot card, which has two pillars, a moon, and a very prominent dog or a wolf howling at the moon. And so I took that to be an Illuminati stock tip. It's like, clearly there's something going on here with this moon thing. But when I heard this to the moon, I thought, it seems like they're going to frame this summer like the summer of '69, like last summer, 2020, was framed by the MSM and the World Stage Shapers like 1968. And if you followed this channel last summer, we went into the nuances of how they actually used 68 as a template for 2020. So I thought, if there's some kind of a logic to their system and their recycled playbooks, maybe we're going to see some kind of a follow-up to 68 with another race to the moon. So here we have another use of the phrase to the moon. And of course, Musk is something of a Dogecoin protagonist, and he says, a new space race has begun. And that's just one of these space races I wanted to bring up. Okay, so the next one, NASA chief says if Russia leaves the ISS, this will kick off another space race. The United States has enjoyed a mutually beneficial relationship with Russia that has served as a powerful cooperation between the East and the West. Now, this is blue pill. Those of you who know the truth about the stuff know what's really going on here, but, according to the world stage, they're cooperating because they're secretly enemies or something. They're not secretly sharing backstage. So, they have been cooperating, and it has been mutually beneficial, as far as I know. I mean, the Russians drink water, and the Americans drink recycled cosmonaut urine, and it's been this way for decades, for 2 decades. That's actually the truth. You can look into it. Look into it, man. Russian officials are threatening to pull out of the ISS, the orbiting laboratory. I would call it a jalopy. If Russia pulls out, it would not be good. So again, this is, I believe, it's a symbol of international cooperation in a quest from the earth to the heavens. I believe that this is the Tower of Babel because it's representative of this one world language, one world system and agenda. And this is the part where I think they bring it down. And I like to point out the architecture and iconography and everything. And whenever I look at the space station, I can't help but see the Twin Towers. If you just look at a section of the solar array, just a pair of them looking down, it has a striking resemblance to the towers. And I think it's a deliberate resemblance. And I think this is all part of the architecture of this grand movie, which I think this part of the plot that we're about to see, I think Space Wars and the Fall of Babel, I think this was written back in the 60s. Okay, Space Race 2. Russian actor is bound for the ISS, and she's racing Tom Cruise. So this is another space race. And there's another one to Mars we can get into as well. The space race appears reset for a launch following the news that Russia is sending an actor to the ISS. They're scheduled to go on October the 5th, where they will encounter fellow filmmakers Tom Cruise and Doug Liman, who will also be there in October. The exact date of Cruise's blastoff has not been revealed, but the departure of the Russians in the first few days of the month suggests an intention to beat the Americans. So, Tom Cruise is trying to go up to film the first movie in space. The irony of it is, of course, that he's worked with Stanley Kubrick, who is believed by some to have filmed the moon missions. Directed them, had some role in Apollo 11, just like I think he had a role in, again, 9/11 and whatever comes next. If you're not familiar with what we're talking about, it's this idea of news benders, of the news being templated in advance, controlled and directed like a movie. And that's, I think it's actually going along that route. All of our news media, all the entertainment is leading us in a very specific way. And it's hyper predictable. That's why I'm saying this is a repeat, it's a recycled playbook. So a couple of things here. Again, he's going up there to do the first movie in space, and now he's going to be one-upped by the Russians. So then the question is he going to go sooner? And I kind of think he might go sooner. Maybe I have this nightmare that we're going to wake up, Good Morning America is going to be on, and then Tom Cruise's beaming, grinning face is going to be filling up the screen. And it's like, hey, we're joined by the ISS today. And Cruise will be up there grinning and laughing like an idiot. I mean, like a very excited hero for the people. I think it's a massive PR stunt. I think that it will do for outer space for the next 50 years what Apollo 11 did. It will make it real. You know how all the flat earthers say, we don't trust NASA because they give us really crappy footage? Well, there's no way Cruise, being up in space, isn't going to find a way to provide a better image, something more compelling. Maybe they'll do it right. They'll take our advice. I mean, there are things. I had a conversation. It wasn't really a debate. I don't believe you can have a debate on the topic of flat versus round, but we talked about the subject. And there are just so many things wrong with this picture. And I mean picture, I use the word advisedly. It's not the world and how it's represented from above. It's the errors that they make. Like, did you know that the European Space Agency has a shadow beneath the ISS on the ground? Like a 300-mile shadow. It's absurd. There's so many things wrong with it, but you can't even get into that. When you talk to people who believe everything they see about outer space to be true. You're dealing with an argument from authority. And in many ways, it's almost a religious debate. Like, you're not going to sit down with a faithful person with a Bible in hand and convince them by rejecting their appeals to authority. You're not going to convince them to let go of God or their total picture. And it's the same thing with this globe debate. There's a bigger picture, and it has a little bit to do with the shape, but not really, because you can't really see the curve anyway from your perspective. It's actually about world view and who dictates it, who authors it. So, I mean, it was an interesting talk. I mean, there's very little progress you can make. I just did it for the benefit of a few friends, and I wanted to see if I could plug Sturgio Studios 10 Vibes of Cosmos's idea. And I also wanted to kind of break away from this notion that this is somehow a religious argument, which it's not. Or that the idea of a dome is somehow intrinsic to the flat earth topic. It's not. But I'll be going over that. I want to go through it because one of the things that I thought was funny is like he's like, well, you don't believe there's an ISS. I'm like, well, I haven't seen it, and I've had friends who've tried, but you could fake it with an app, and you could fake it with an airplane and a flashlight, a drone. It's fakeable. It doesn't pass my fakeability test. By the way, have you ever seen the ISS? And he looks stunned and he says, no, I've never seen the space station. So it's like, okay, you know, you're going to make an argument from somebody else's sighting. Like, oh, I know somebody who saw God, so I believe in God, and you should believe in God. Or Bigfoot, or fill in the blank, or unicorns. Oh, I should believe in unicorns because that scientist says there's unicorns and you've never seen a unicorn. But you said that scientist gave you an app that shows you when there's a unicorn nearby. Give me a break. But that's what I mean. It's not a legitimate argument, and there is no flat earth model, which they laugh at. But that's because they have a very defined idol. It's kind of like if you have a statue of a god and its characteristics versus an abstract notion of a deity. It's not laughable that you have an abstracted notion. And I'm just suggesting that we don't have all the answers. And just by challenging the dominant picture, you're also running into a few roadblocks. Namely, you're blinkered. And it might even fit. The math might even work. I mean, what would you expect? If you've ever dealt with a liar or any system that's based on falsehoods, it's always intact. I mean, movies are lies. Movies are deceptions. If you watch a movie, it's not real, but it's presented in such a way that it can fool you. That's what magic shows are. So the idea that the greatest magic show of all time wouldn't be an intact illusion, I don't know. I think it's a bit to ask. I think they've had plenty of time to perfect it. And then they perfect you to be susceptible to not even questioning it. I mean, are they not even open to the evidence? If we're going to admit that NASA footage is evidence, like you show me your moon landing, here's evidence, well then everything that comes from their cameras is evidence, even if it contains glitches, green screen glitches. And they have to feign ignorance. They have to pretend like they don't know what it looks like when an AR artifact goes into a body. They have to fake it like they don't know. And they say, well, haven't you seen the 1 hour live stream inside the ISS? Yeah, it's a hilarious comedy. You're convinced by that? I'm sorry, but I'm not even, it's about perception. It's not even about logic at this point. It's about visual illiteracy. And I happen to think that what we're experiencing now with the censorship and the attempt to consolidate the world views, not attempt, the agenda, because it's working, I think we're living through a counter-reformation. I think that the internet and this instantaneous communication and the sharing of information has presented a problem, and this infodemic is the reason for the pandemic. I think the pandemic was a cover to take care of this infodemic, and it's all about consolidating worldview, just like after the introduction of movable type. I think this is a neo-reformation, and now we're experiencing the blowback. The censorship is what I think gets a lot of people to also really suspect something. There's nothing more suspicious. But anyway, let's get to this. I was happy to say, I wasn't surprised because I've dealt with McToon before. It wasn't a lot of ad hominem, at least not from him. The chat, the chats are what they are, but it's a roast. You can't say that if we brought McTuna on here, that you would all be very nice. But I thought it was all in good fun. Frontman says, are you X-tagged permanently? Oh, yes. Yes, we have been blacklisted. We were doing just fine on this channel. Donations, everything flowing. It was paying for itself. And DLive said after the Capitol Hill performance art piece that they called an insurrection, they said that we're engaging in political speech. We can no longer monetize this channel. And they act like they have some kind of power over you. Like, oh, well, we can take away your funds. And I don't like to give them that power. That's why I think it's important to have your own platform. I would call it a panicdemic, this pandemic, but I see someone here called it a plandemic, scamdemic. Look, whatever it was just, I believe, an operation to make sure they can control the flow of information. I think the mask gave it away. So if you want to support this channel, go to infiniteplane.store. Instead of relying, think about this. If I try to get my YouTube channels monetized, I would be subject to their terms of service. You can't say anything meaningful. And you have to maintain your best behavior so that that money goes from YouTube to Google AdSense to your bank. But one wrong syllable, one wrong sound, you lose it all. So I'm not even trying. That's why I say I'm pro anti-vax and pro-vax. I'll let anybody speak their mind here. This is a censorship-free platform. Okay, so let's get back to this debate really quick. So I said to be logically consistent, you have to believe everything you see that comes from NASA's cameras, because that's a source of evidence for you. So it's like when somebody is a Bible literalist. It's always annoying when they just say, well, I don't believe that part of the Bible. The rest of it, yeah, but that, no. You can't let them get away with it, or they're not a literalist. Well, if you're going to say that NASA footage is scientific evidence, then the following is scientific evidence. If you're looking on the screen, this is actual NASA footage from February of 2020. And they filmed a cone-shaped object following the ISS. The unexplained object kept pace with the space station, and the cameras remained locked for 20 minutes. So this thing appeared to be the size of a bus. And what's more, as they followed this thing for 20 minutes, the cameraman zoomed in on it, and it took off vertically with a beam of light beneath it. This came from NASA. Mick West won't touch it. And this is funny because, Mick West from Metabunk is actually in The Guardian right now. He did a great piece describing why he doesn't believe in aliens and why it's just all hype. He says, I study UFOs and I don't believe the alien hype. Here's why. And this is related to the Pentagon's release of all of its UFO material. So this is a good piece by Mick West. I study aliens and I don't believe the hype. There's a tidal wave of interest building up around an imminent Pentagon report on the subject of UFOs, or as they're often referred to now, unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAPs. A sense of enthusiasm has swept over this UFO community, whose members, after years of being marginalized, finally feel a sense of vindication and disclosure. So he describes how he likes this whole thing as well. He's into sci-fi, but people are being fooled by weak evidence presented as strong evidence. And he has personally debunked many of these things that are being touted as somehow revelations, that there's some kind of secret that's about to be disclosed. Now, my point about this, though, is that Mick West will never address this footage. I've tweeted it to him. I've emailed it to him. I've said, you have to address this. This is NASA zooming in. So the guy who uploaded this to YouTube, who clipped it off of the ISS footage, he remarks here that NASA zoomed in. So it wasn't just a camera mounted on the outside. Somebody toggled the zoom button and closed in on it. And when they did, when they zoomed in, it took off vertically. Here's a short
Hello,
clip.
everyone. This is Scott of ET Database, and I believe I found a UFO. Now, the UFO is right here. The video is paused, and it moves outward. Now, there is chit-chat. They do talk about replacing the batteries and things like that. I believe they're doing some maintenance on the space station at this time, but the camera is noticing something else, and this object is flying out and moving out. Let's move this and fast forward so you can see this object, and it looks like it's in cone shape.
I would describe it as a turtle shell. Now, this is NASA footage, and so I brought this up to McToon. I said, you are a believer in UFOs now. You have to. You must accept this. Now, we'll see if he does. He has to accept the existence of something that has some kind of propulsion that we've never seen before. It looks to me like CGI, but I'm sure he'll have another explanation.
I mean, I've never seen a module or a Russian module in this shape. It doesn't look like it's any kind of ship I've ever seen before. If this is American or Russian, it's something top secret, something.
Okay, so here you have it. It's got a light on the bottom and it's taking off. It's underwhelming, and nobody cared. And I thought, why isn't anybody caring about this? Where are all these people who defend the globe 24/7, who are waiting for the alien saviors? Where are they celebrating, carrying their signs, "We believe, take us," or whatever? You don't see anybody getting excited. And then COVID came. I mean, maybe they dropped it off. No, but COVID came and went, and now we're having this disclosure thing, and nobody's talking about this. This is NASA footage. This is footage. This is not some radar screen cap from inside of a cockpit. That could be a simulation. This is said to be a handheld camera with a human operator zooming in. So this debunks NASA entirely. Or it proves that aliens are real. Take your pick.
New we've never seen, and as it gets out here in the distance, it actually goes up. Yes, it actually goes up and disappears. Okay, and you can
now before it disappears, it has a green light behind it,
and you can see a little burst of I don't know what it is, energy, but look at that. This looks like that. Perhaps NASA caught an alien spaceship on video for 22 minutes right here.
Again, 22 minutes. So if you go to infiniteplainsociety.com, you can get the link to this article, see it for yourself. And I recommend send this to people who believe in the moon landing and accept footage from NASA as evidence. And say, look, you're stuck with this. You have to deal with this. This is your evidence. You believe this is real. Why aren't you doing cartwheels? Nobody's excited about this. Okay, so to recap, we're talking about the space races. We have Dogecoin versus Bitcoin. We have Russia kicking off a new space race by leaving us. China has their new module up in the air, by the way. They're actually sending 3 astronauts who will be up there for 3 months. In the initial module that they launched when they sent that piece of space junk out of control. They actually put a piece of their space station up, so they don't need us. Russia doesn't need us. Space Race 2, the Russian actress and Tom Cruise. Now, the actress is doing a film called The Challenge. And there's some interesting symbolism there if you want to get into it, but we'll skip that for now. I mean, the symbolism around the space program is incredible. One of the things I said to McToons was, did you hear about the piece of space junk that hit the space station right on the arm, right above the elbow? And it was like it got vaxxed because the mission was actually called Celestial Immunity. And I take that to mean that this thing's a big joke. But again, the mediated minds, not those who are post-mediated, such as ours, we're looking at this thing critically, objectively. Mediated minds are different in the sense that they are using the screen as a sense, as a sensory apparatus, like a sixth sense. So if they see it and hear it through the screen, it's considered to be something that they experienced for themselves, and it's real. The screen is actually, in terms of their 5 senses, the screen is higher than all of them. And I would say to a large degree that the hyper-mediated mind is a product of the screen more than the actual lived environments. And that's going to become increasingly true, I think, as we get into the Martian age. Frontman says, why do UFOs always look like crap? I need an Imperial Star Destroyer. Yeah, no doubt. Underwhelming. But it had some kind of propulsion. By the way, you can listen to Infinite Plane Radio now 24/7 at radio.net. We're on, as of last week, we're also on TuneIn. So if you get the TuneIn app, but this is another one, radio.net. We're expanding all over the place. And if you have a website where you want to host the streaming, the live stream, you can go ahead and get the code from me, and I'll put it up on your site. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to get as many people listening at once concurrently and calling in, and it seems to be working. YouTube is no longer even an issue. Their censorship is just kind of a joke at this point. Yeah, rockets on the pad. China's going to send a crew to their space station. I take it to mean, and this is an actual image of it. I was wondering, are we going to see like a time lapse of them building this thing? Or are they just going to surprise us? Like, you know how you wake up on Christmas morning and your parents put your bike together or whatever, you just wake up and it's there? That's kind of what China's going to do with the space station. You're not going to see it get built. We're just going to wake up and it's like, surprise, you've got a new space station. I wonder if they're going to send one of these guys up there with an RPG. I don't think it's an accident that our space station keeps getting hit. Space junk damages the ISS's arm. Says they noticed it during a routine inspection. It's the Canadarm2, a multi-jointed titanium robot arm used to move objects like cargo shuttles. It will continue with its duties despite the hole in it. It says, this is because space objects and their components remain under the jurisdiction and control of the state registry. So to remove a dead satellite or any part of it, you have to get permission from the state. Now, I remember hearing about this before, that the space debris program, or problem rather, is not easily solved because you can't just go touch some other nation's space junk without creating an international incident. But here's a close-up. You have the arm, and then down near the elbow, you have a hole in it. And the mission is called Celestial Immunity. So again, you're free to think of this as real and a cool coincidence, or it might just be a joke. And there are so many correlations between outer space and inner space in their predictive programming that space junk has been correlated with viral infection. It has been correlated with even the alien invasion agenda may have just referred to the virus. Let me go through my comments here. I have some voicemails I wanted to play as well. Yeah, no one here was impressed by that spaceship or whatever it was, but the thing is, it came from NASA. So how come that isn't international news? Oh, by the way, this was sent by a friend. They posted it in Discord. Face coverings should not be worn in the water due to increased drowning risk. Have any of you seen stories about people drowning from wearing a mask in the pool? Or is it just that like nobody cares about the people who wear masks in pools? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Ivar says you can't mess with foreign territory in space, but everybody agrees in Antarctica. Well, we have this international cooperation above and below when it comes to the boundaries, if you notice. Space station, outer space, Antarctica, outer ring. Very interesting how they're willing to cooperate in these areas. There's a documentary out called A Noble Truth, and I watched a review of it, A Noble Truth. And it's about a flat earther who runs into an old physicist, and then she questions everything that she believed. And it looks like an interesting documentary. But this is a critical review of it. I'm going to play a clip.
So she's going to some sort of space museum, just as Mark Sargent and Patricia Steere do on Behind the Curve. She's looking at space balls, and she gets disgusted. She's gonna, let's see what she does.
So he's very critical of it. He thinks that this was an actress portrayed to make flat earthers look crazy. She gets very hostile, and she attacks a globe in the space museum. It looks interesting. I'll probably check it out. But the uploader also created something else I wanted to play here, and this is a little spoof on a SpaceX launch.
Reality show. This and Other Stories. A double think at NASA. On November 15th, hardly able to walk after a straining battery of rectal examinations, our diverse AstroClown cast smiled for the media and sat on the rocket puppet bra before we started the SpaceX CGI-assisted rocket balloon scale model simulator.
With tricky gravity, we contain humanity as we exploit unchecked all minds.
The theme park ride cockpit set features push buttons and touchscreen widgets for simulating the docking ritual with the floating fake station scale model. We work hard to give the impression that we are commercializing space.
Beautiful view of a hanging scale model with poor visibility due to space fog, a floating spacecraft canister where we produce actor-not puppet shows.
In the next scene, our Astro crooks perform another fake station copulation ritual. We call the scene A Dildo in the Dark as a reminder of our invasive training.
With our obedient mass impression managers placing their game stations and our park ride mock-up cockpit,
Okay,
we're
so
always safe and sound from
if you want to hear the rest of that, I'll give you a link. Again, it's a noble truth. It's a review, but the individual does some spoofs on SpaceX launches, and yeah, it was actually somewhat funny. I guarantee it. There's just some parts in there, I promise you. All right, let's continue. I have a whole list of things in the realm of predictive programming to go over. Metascripting, metascript analysis. So let's go ahead and go with that. Oh, by the way, Seattle is supposed to take a fall today, according to, like I alluded to this earlier. A great channel out there, Jurassic Liars 26, has picked up on a lot of predictive programming that point to 6/11 and Seattle. Now, I'm not sure exactly what, but all eyes on Seattle for the next few hours. It's not over yet. All right, here's another one. China enters the race. Here's another race to alien disclosure, and they may drop ET's docks at the UN. The official said it's believed China may attempt to bring the conversation about UFOs to the United Nations. They described a potential new state of play over UFOs between the US and China like a new space race. They've just announced they've established a new UAP task force similar to ours, and they're using artificial intelligence to do this. We also know that there's a play by them to try to lead this conversation at the United Nations. So that's, again, another indicator here that this is going somewhere. Oh, by the way, how long have we been talking about the real meaning behind the symbolism with the space program? How, we're really just looking at Mystery Babylon dressed up like science fiction. Well, I have something on that. Oh, one more addition to the space race. Branson is racing to beat Bezos. Possible 4th of July. So another one as well. Jeff Bezos is teased over the phallic-shaped blue origin. Like, people just noticed that this is a fertility cult. They just noticed. Bezos is getting shafted online over the shape of his rocket. Is it me, or does his rocket look like a giant? It says one tweet. It says numerous other tweets notices its phallic shape. Others notice the historic rocket looks like a giant, quote, sex toy. Madness flying around in a tin can shaped like a... Yeah, this is, again, obvious. The symbol here it's the phallus of Osiris, the earth god, the dead god who's being resurrected. That's actually what it is. And it's also somewhat, it's an obscene thing. It says many of the jokes about the rocket came after America's Got Talent judge Piers Morgan tweeted a photo while praising Amazon to have the balls to match his brains. And someone tweeted back, by the shape of the rocket, it looks like the balls fell off. Okay, so you see where this is going. I mean, it's ridiculous, but he's getting a lot of flack over this right now. And this is all intentional. This is quite literally because the spirit of 69, that's what we're seeing right now, 1969, and the moon race. Well, the moon race was a fertility rite. Landing on the moon with the sun god mission, Apollo, and then the Saturn rocket. You're looking at these fertility rites disguised as science fiction. So, no, they want you to know what it is without saying it outright. Okay, so let's see. On July 20th, 1969, the space race reached its peak when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon and walked on its surface. So there's this to the moon theme that I've seen quite a bit. Here's something else. This pertains to the Jake Paul and Mayweather fight. We were looking at this thing very closely for a few reasons. Mainly because Logan Paul is going to fight Floyd Mayweather. And I'm watching this thing thinking, what are the odds that Floyd Mayweather is the guy that paid for George Floyd's coffin a year before? He paid for his funerals. So I thought, this is not a coincidence. There's got to be something else here. And there were a number of strange things leading up to this, like the stealing of the hat. They stole Mayweather's hat. A lot of this would fall right into the mythology. Like one of the myths of Osiris is that he suffocated in a golden coffin, as in I can't breathe. So anyway, I followed this fight thinking, okay, well, this is probably staged. Here's an example of the mythologies here. Because Floyd paid for all 4 of George Floyd's funerals. Similar to the sun god Osiris, George Floyd was buried in a golden casket. His body was transported by a horse-drawn carriage, which is another solar symbol, as solar deities are often depicted riding a chariot across the skies. Floyd Mayweather is paying for all 4 of the funerals, which are in Minneapolis, North, Houston, South, Charlotte, East, and the 4th to be announced. I didn't follow up what that one was. But the symbolism referring to the 4 cardinal points, the seasons of the year, I thought this stood out here. And then we have this. So 33 years ago, there was a fight between Donnie Lalonde and Sugar Ray Leonard. Now, you know the association of Floyd Money Mayweather with cash and money. Then you have Logan Paul, a lot of money. And here you have, it looks like they templated this fight off of this particular fight. Leonard, Lalonde, and Sugar Ray back in 1988. It looks like they copied it. They templated it. Another indicator here that everything we're seeing. Look, this isn't the only thing. 33 years ago, Trump turned 42. And on his birthday, which is actually in 3 days. So again, 33 years ago on his 42nd birthday, Donald Trump had a flying saucer at his birthday party, like a spaceship show up. Like, what's that about? A spaceship with smoke and lasers? So expectations are high for the next 3 days, given that it's been 33 years since that. And now we're having disclosure this month. So this weekend should be interesting. It's potentially interesting. I'm going to bring this up one more time. Elon Musk's partner Grimes said that AI is the fastest path to communism. The World Economic Forum has something called Gaia, another name for the Earth God that they worship. The Earth God whose dong is represented by Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin rocket. Like, quite literally. That is 100% true. So anyway, the World Economic Forum is talking about the Great Reset and having this global AI action alliance, which I don't know what its goal is. I mean, is it going to replace government? Not sure. But the next agenda is AI. That's the key point here. So it starts with this. A is 1, I is 9. So you have 19. Pearl Harbor was called Operation AI. There's your 19. At the PNAC talks, there was a discussion between Cheney and others that they needed another Pearl Harbor catalyzing event. And they got 9/11 with 19 hijackers. There's your AI. 19 years later, COVID-19. There's your AI. So this 19 is synonymous with transformative psychodramas, agendas that bring about great chaos so they can build stuff back up. But here's what Grimes said. She said the AI will automate the farming. It'll weed out corruption. Now, what does that mean when it weeds out corruption? Does it mean that some of us are not going to be able to make purchases or something? I mean, what does this mean by weeding out Oh, you engaged in wrongthink. No social credits for you today. It says AI could automate all the farming, weed out corruption, and bring us as close as possible to genuine equality. She concluded, everything everybody loves about communism, but without the farming. Because, to be real, enforced farming isn't really a vibe. Now, she says that, but she also said that she would be willing to die on Mars doing manual labor. But she also said she would rather just beam her consciousness up to Mars in a device the size of a toaster. It says Grimes says she's going to move to Mars for manual labor until death. She said, I'd like to upload my consciousness and live in some kind of humanoid vessel that can speak and move freely. But in all caps, she added, manual labor until death is most likely, but hopefully that can change. Yeah, hopefully it can change. Hopefully you can work remotely and not have to physically labor out there in this outpost millions of miles away. Again, shout out to Synchro Morpheus from Twitter. He's the one who actually pointed this out to me. So the astronauts' mission, here's a link if you want to know. It's called Celestial Immunity. It's the Celestial Immunity Project. It says they ushered in a new era of reusable commercial spacecraft. And they're operating the Celestial Immunity Project. Astronaut Megan MacArthur services cells for their celestial immunity study. I don't know why astronauts are always wearing necklaces when they're always just flopping around. I happen to think they do it just to reinforce the idea that they're in space, otherwise you might not notice. So again, what are the odds that here she is dealing with some kind of immunity study and the arm of the space station gets vaxxed? Here's another example of predictive programming. Story trailer for Fortnite Chapter 2, Season 7. This just premiered. And much of what we see is predicted in the video games. Like last year was pretty much predicted in a lot of movies that we all noticed, as well as GTA 5, Grand Theft Auto. Okay, so what's coming next? Fortnite says they came without warning. Their intentions were unclear, but the war has come to the island. After an explosive attack, a mysterious alien army invades the island. Alien invasion stuff. I found a really good one the other day. I think it was called Breakout 2042. And it was a video game trailer. Oh, Battlefield 2042, excuse me. So Battlefield 2042. And I watched the trailer, and it has many elements of 9/11, as in choppers crashing into buildings, things falling from the sky. It looks like Space Wars. And then the helicopters in the trailer all have 311s on them. So I'm like, interesting. Battlefield 2042 gives us a pretty clear idea of what I believe the next thing is going to be. Space junk Armageddon, possibly. But Battlefield 2042 also has something else I hadn't thought about, which is airdropped robot dogs with machine gun heads. Are you ready for that? You thought Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates were bad, a couple of old men with needles, but no, now you're going to get robo dogs that can outrun you, and they've got machine gun heads. They're solar powered, like the ones in Black Mirror, so they never stop chasing you. Frontman says, check out Cosmic Agency on YouTube. This lady's communicating with the Pleiadians. Okay. I mean, I've gone a little deep into the QAnon alien rabbit trails, and they believe that there are blue avians and reptoids and Nordics and Pleiadians fighting a proxy war here on Earth. And this is communicated to us as the deep state, as the white hats versus the black hats. There's a lot of penguins in this game, by the way. I don't play a lot of video games, but I have been following many of the trailers because they constantly give away things that are to come. In fact, there's a pretty solid piece of predictive programming in the form of a Dark Winter video game, The Division, where this one even has coronas in it. This is Division from 2013.
In 2001, a real-world exercise tested the emergency response to a bioterror attack on the continental United States.
Now, this really happened, and it was called Dark Winter, and this Division and Dark Winter is something out of the mind of Tom Clancy, who also wrote the book Sum of All Fears, which was basically 9/11 before it happened, 10 years before it happened. 10 years prior. It was storyboarded. It was put out there as a concept quite clearly in Clancy's book. So this is another one that Clancy also had a hand in. And it should tell you something. You know, they were drilling for this Dark Winter scenario way back before 9/11, and we're not ready for it. Like when things go into EMP and when we have some kind of heavy cyber attack, everything's going to get shut down, even though they drilled for it, which tells you they're not really drilling for it. They're just doing rehearsals. But in addition to talking about how money, this is the thing here. So Black Friday is what triggered this. And this is kind of fascinating because Black Monday followed the announcement of the pandemic, and that was 3/16/2020. But it's talking about how on a single day of shopping, the Americans had spent $90 billion, and the virus was spreading on the money.
$1 billion in a single day of shopping. Last year, 200 million people swarmed their local stores on November 23rd. We call that day Black Friday. Did you know that a flu virus can survive on the surface of a banknote for up to 17 days?
So here you have it. And this is all leading, of course, into the cashless society and everything else that has been pretty much well articulated in our entertainment, which is, brainwashing first. Entertainment's just a tasty side effect. But not only did they predict everything, but as you'll see, they made use of the corona symbolism. Not a coincidence. And again, that's 7 years ago. So when we're looking at stuff like this alien footage from NASA, we're bringing this stuff up, it's because, yeah, they have an agenda. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. By the way, Derek Chauvin applied for probation. Has anybody heard about that yet? A few other interesting things. Woody Harrelson was trending. So this is interesting because I've been talking, when I saw that Derek Chauvin was applying for probation, I thought, well, that's interesting, because when he was released from Hennepin County Sheriff's Department there, they let him out at 11:22 a.m. And I thought, that can't be a coincidence. 11:22 a.m. JFK was killed on 11/22/63. He was 46 years old. George Floyd was killed by Derek Chauvin, who was released at 11:22. Floyd was also 46. These numbers tell a story by themselves. But the fact is, with his 11:22 and his mugshots at that time, he looked like Lee Harvey Oswald. And you'll be hard-pressed to find somebody more hateable than Oswald or Chauvin. And of course, Chauvin had his hearing on 9/11, not a coincidence, just adding insult to injury and levels of symbolism being piled in here. 8:46 a.m. on that date, America was doing this 9/11 remembrance, and Derek Chauvin is confronting Floyd's legal team, and they all have 846s on their masks. So when I see him applying for probation, I think, okay, something's up here. There's something being told. There's an assassin on the loose in the storyboard. So curiously enough, on the second of this, like last week, AK-47s were trending on Twitter because of some teenagers and some shooting. At the same time, Lee Harvey Oswald was trending. Why? Because Matt Pizzagates had retweeted a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald by accident. He was like pranked into it. And so suddenly Lee Harvey Oswald is trending. So now we all know what his face looks like again. He's been put out there, force memed. AK-47 is trending. And then Woody Harrelson begins trending. Now, Woody Harrelson is notable because 42 years ago, he killed a judge. They called it the crime of the century. So Woody Harrelson is trending alongside Lee Harvey Oswald because of a crime he did 42 years ago. Woody Harrelson, of course, the father of the actor. My point is, Woody Harrelson claimed that he shot JFK. So there's another JFK Oswald connection. And then there's one more connection here. It turns out that the crime, the murder of this judge by Woody Harrelson actually has a connection here to Sidney Powell. So it turns out when she was a very young attorney, she was involved, I believe, in the case against the father of Woody Harrelson. Again, I bring this stuff up, though, because what we're seeing, if you ask me, is we're seeing a storyline that's being told to us in advance. And none of these connections are coincidental. I want to do a deep study of the Economist covers. This is something that we've been talking about lately, because this is one example, I think, of where it's irrefutable. There's a cover from the Economist, December 2017, how China's sharp power, and they use the phrase sharp power, but China's new influence, again, think of these terms. New novel, influence, influenza, flu. So here's the Economist cover, and you see a globe covered in spikes, looks just like a COVID. The new shape of Chinese influence. Again, the novel corona is indicated here 3 years before, not a coincidence. And it came from China. All right, so I have to find my password to get into my phone number, my phone system here. I have some voicemails I want to go through. So let me go ahead and take a quick break. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, or GTFO. All right, so let me go ahead and give you a working definition here of auto hoax in case you are unfamiliar with the term. And it's very important. In fact, it's mandatory. If you don't do this, if you don't shift the burden of proof in the way that I describe, you are on the world stage, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't hold people's religious convictions against them, their faith, whatever it happens to be. Auto hoaxing doesn't mean that you call everything a hoax. We're not the ones saying that birds are fake. We're not trying to figure out. We know what's real, and we're debunking the fake. So that would be reality denial. So that's just as bad as assuming everything is true. So auto hoaxing is shifting the burden of proof to known liars, and the television is a liar. Shift the burden of proof back. It's a hoax until proven real if it's extraordinary. And it also means that we have to be cognizant of whether or not something is fakeable. Fakeability, which is another important key concept. All right, let me go ahead and play some of the voicemails.
Hey Tim, love the show. My name is Seabass. I live in my van here in beautiful British Columbia. Just wanted to add one tidbit to your Metascript. So in the book of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams, 42 is the answer to the universe, and that has been contracted by this race of people who are philosophers, and they want to find out what the answer to the universe is. So 42 is the answer, but then they need the question. So the supercomputer creates another supercomputer so complex, in fact, that biological.
Okay, wait. This is. I'm so glad that I took this voicemail. So the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy associates the number 42 with the meaning to life, the universe, happiness, and everything else. But they use an AI, the smartest computer in the universe. Grimes was just talking about this. And this AI, the Gaia spoken of by Darth Vader over there at the WEF, the guy who looks like Darth Vader with the helmet taken off. This is the same agenda, the supercomputer.
So life is part of its matrix. And that is the Earth. And in that story, the Earth is meant to calculate the question to the universe. So it's like a really important role. But the Earth gets blown up just before the question is found. Cool. And also one last little tidbit. I heard you do the little breakdown of what was happening with Owen Benjamin. I love the guy. You guys are my two favorite podcasts.
Yeah, Owen Benjamin's his neighbors from hell are trying to say that this campground he's setting up for his friends and the castle that they're building is the next Ruby Ridge, which means that they're probably setting him up to get swatted.
I'd say he's definitely not a geocentrist. With his rants, he definitely convinced me that we're not living on a sphere. And I found you a bit later.
Okay, so he's not a geocentrist. For some reason, I thought he'd probably lean more geocentrist just because of his background. But whatever the case is, we're doubting establishment media. We're doubting establishment science. It doesn't mean you're this label or that label. These are things that they do to pigeonhole you. I mean, we can do it back, but why? I mean, you can refer to people as brainwashed. Doesn't get you anywhere. I think it's more important to understand their frame of reference and to be cognizant of the fact that we could be wrong. And if I am wrong, big deal. But please, show me how I'm wrong, because I'm not going to take your word for it, and I'm going to need some evidence. And logical fallacies are used, I think, to shoehorn a lot of lies into a place where they become entrenched. So it's not that easy. But anyway, I think the answers will be here sooner or later. I mean, you can only contain this thing for so long, and they're not improving their game graphics-wise that I've seen. So I have expectations that they phase out the space station because it looks like crap, and they bring in something better. But if China's going to bring in the next space station, my hopes aren't that high, because look at their moon landing footage. It's like MS Paint level compared to what we have. Anyway, let me continue with this message from Seabass.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks for all the humor, the good show. I really love listening. Cheers.
Awesome. Appreciate the message. Had a lot of voicemails. I had to take a few days off to catch up on things. If I disappear for a few days, it's usually because we're expanding or we're doing something productive. I'm not going to be distracted from this, and I think 5 nights a week is going to be the norm. But we also have a couple of podcasts in the works right now. Okay, here's another one.
Hey, Tim. I thought you were live, but it's Karen. I'm just calling to tell you that DLive is taking everybody out. Like, all of our friends have just been taken off air for no reason. So just be careful, homie. Whatever it is, I don't know what they say, community guidelines. That's what we violated, and we were just having fun. You know what I mean? Just talking normally, openly. Mature rating on.
Yeah, on this topic of being censored and losing touch with everybody, not going to happen on this channel. You can reach us. We have the 24/7 stream going now. infiniteplainsociety.com. We're also at radio.net. And all of the podcast providers, we're also on Amazon and on Audible. So you can find Infinite Plane Radio also on Spotify. These are all places we've expanded to. So if you get the RSS feed, you won't miss anything ever. It doesn't matter what they do to these different video platforms. I mean, they're all run by clowns. We know this.
X-Tag on, whole thing. Be careful, bro. I don't know what the fuck they're going after, but something's going to happen here real soon, I think. I don't know. They're trying to silence truth, so.
All right, a little paranoia, which I appreciate. I will watch my back. What do we have next?
Hey, yo, shout out Alki Boone, D-Lab, Milk Gang, bro. I'm going to summon him back onto D-Lab, bro. It's been a long minute since he's been here, bro.
All right, shout out to, I'm not sure who that was.
Dash.
Okay, and one more here.
Hey, Tim, it's Quincy Carr, the pilot. I just heard your podcast on MC Tune, and yeah, I'm going to be on his show next Tuesday, so I'll be sure to keep you informed. Thanks for the plug.
Oh, this should be interesting. So Quincy Carr is going to go on McToon. Now, I'm going to advise Quincy. Hey, man, just don't look at the chat, because those people are ruthless. Infinite Plane Radio.
Oh, yes. Hi, Tim. It's Paul.
Hey, what's up, Paul?
I just wanted to support you for the McToons debate the other night. I don't know if you can hear me, but
yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
The conversation, it just there's three things I wanted to bring up with you. One, I forgot what it was like to be in his shoes. You know, so McToons, I mean, I know you're talking about, you know, everything tonight and whatever, but, you know, I wanted you to bring up a lot of the stuff that you talked about with McToons, because I feel like sometimes, you know, I was kind of like on your side and I really wanted to like fight for you, but like at the same time, it's so hard. It reminded me how I was not even like a year ago. I mean, it's hard to, it's really, I mean, my background is math and physics, manufacturing engineer. Like I really saw where he was coming from, and you really tried to find like the details. But the funny thing is, you know, I almost forgot like how this is why I like your channel. You are the baseline, you know. There are some wacko, like, you know, concepts out there, Tim, but you really do. You play both sides, and I'm okay with that, and you kind of set the record straight. Like, look, I don't know what is it. What, you know, I don't know what it is. I don't know what is going on, but there's some things that are fishy, you know? So I wanted to leave a voicemail kind of like that, but so, you know, I had plenty of other stuff to talk about, but
no, that's a great starting point.
I'm on with you.
No, that's a great starting point, because
you know, now,
I know McToons
yeah.
to be like he's an intelligent guy. He's well versed in. I mean, he's really into. Look. I mean, you may not like his perspectives on things, but the thing is, you could be the smartest man in the world, but if you take the screen to be your new that's like another sensory apparatus, and if you believe everything that comes from that particular source, it could be the TV, it could be a Bible, it compromises your intellect.
Well, there's emotional intelligence too. I mean, you know, you really have to. It took me. I'll just say, I'll admit, you have to let go of a little bit of your ego. You have to let it a little bit. You have to accept that there is a possibility that you know, something's fishy out there. So, like, you know what I mean? I can see. You know, there was one. Oh man, now that I'm talking to you, I'm so excited. There are some things that are just like, how do you explain the distance that you can see certain things? You know, there's basic stuff, and you guys were stuck on the space station. It's such that's the Hollywood hypnotism right there, you know? So, I mean...
Well, the thing is, when it
comes
to...
Like,
like things on the ground, though, they will talk for weeks about one photograph, and they'll say, this photograph proves the curve. And I'm like, look, that photograph is contradicted by this photograph, and you're not going to prove it with one photograph. But I don't think you can take the question away from the mediation that gives them their certainty.
Yes, absolutely, 100% correct. And you brought up some really good points. I was taking notes. I'm not, right now you're doing your thing, but it's almost like I'm in a Tim Osman class. You know what I mean? And here I am. I'm a student of Tim Osman, and I'm listening to this guy, and then I'm reading the comments. I was writing to you about your book. I'm like, I can't wait to read the book, all that stuff. But like, I'm like, this guy is not even giving you the benefit of the doubt, and that's not like a real debate, So my phone call is basically like, what the heck? Like, why? What? I don't know. Why would you even agree to like talk to him? I don't know. That was another reason why I wanted to talk to you. Why would you talk to him?
That's a good question as well. Okay, why would I even do this? I think it's because, well, one, this was just random actually. Somebody had bailed on him, and he just hit me up, and I just was like, yeah, sure, why not?
Liver. Yeah.
I figured I'll do it. I'm willing to sit through a quick roast, just at a minimum, to see if I can get him to address one thing, and it is this. There is a 21-minute clip of a NASA astronaut filming a UFO, and he wouldn't touch it, and he won't touch it. And that tells you, if he doesn't touch it, he's an agent.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's just dishonest.
It's limitless. I mean, that's the funny part, Tim, is once you dig, nothing holds water. And I never did that until January or February of this year. And I'm kind of like apologizing to myself and everyone who probably listens here, because you guys have all known this stuff for quite some time probably. And, yeah, that's it. It doesn't hold water. It doesn't hold water. Once you start actually exploring it, he was giving you all right, look, I did some, spherical geometry. Look, I went, all right. Look, the defense industry, when they create programs for radar and spotting, like missiles coming in or whatever, and they have to react with like another missile. That's all based on a flat plane. It's not. There's no way. If the Earth was curved, I mean, again, I'm on your side. You don't know how far. It's. I love the name, Infinite Plane. You don't know where it ends. But the thing is there's so much evidence for it being essentially just a plane, a flat, that it's.
Well, okay.
Anyways, this guy.
No, this is you're also you're dealing with this thing here too. Is they generally deal with Bible earthers or people who are bringing up this preposterous idea that even if it was true, you wouldn't use that collection of writings to make your case. And it's like they're used to fighting straw men, and I don't really fit that straw man argument. And I think the debate is fallacious anyway. I was just doing it for fun. I think it's premature because there hasn't been enough exploration, and I find it curious that none of the establishment flat earthers who had all these conferences were the least bit interested in exploration.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I like how you commonly refer to it as a guardrail. Now, I consider myself a Catholic, and I am religious. I think there's some good, woo-woo to it, and I have to hold on to some part of my past, or else I'll lose my mind. But at the same rate, I do appreciate that you, listening to you talking to McToon, it really like revealed to me. I had a lot of things click with regards to, the guardrails. I mean, it's possible that this has been going on not just for hundreds or thousands or however many years. Every iteration, whether it's mud flood or whatever, it just seems as though every, elite, or controller or however all these, all the YouTube videos that I subscribe to, everyone's kind of like talking about kind of like the same group of people that are controlling us, whether it's the Egyptians or whatever. They are manipulating us using religion as a way, even when, you were just talking about the Osiris relationship to Bezos, and I'm just like, they're just doing a little guardrail. It's like a guardrail within a guardrail within a guardrail. I'm like, this is the ultimate gaslighting.
It is, because if you think that you're going to find the truth by running to Alex Jones, and that's what I said Alex Jones is a guardrail. I'm like, he's mainstream, and he balked at that, and I said, no, he's mainstream because the mainstream knows about him, and they know he's the edge. They don't know about the people who I think represent the truth, who aren't pushing you back into the mainstream narrative. Because Alex Jones, for being a, quote, outsider or alternative, he sure did direct all of those listeners to that voting booth last November.
Yeah, and I know part of the old me wants to say, like, we got to still vote and all that stuff, but it's, the past is quickly falling away, and the future is also quickly arriving. And so, anyways, but I just wanted to call. I know I'm taking up too much of your time, but I definitely wanted to call in support of your talk with McToon, and I can't wait for the book, and that's it.
I appreciate appreciate it very much. And I talked to McToon for the benefit of the listeners here and other people. I knew I wasn't going to convince him, and I knew his listeners would probably think the worst of me, but that's fine. So I'm glad you got something out of it, and thanks for picking up the book, because I think it was important to get something out there in case they do EMP us and get rid of all of our content.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Cool. Thanks for the call.
Have a good night.
You too. All right. Excellent caller. Appreciate that very much. And right before that, we got a message from Quincy Carr, the pilot, who is indeed going to speak to McToon. Should be interesting. Quincy's a great guy. He's a pilot. He has a lot to say. Last time he called in, he was talking about a friend of his who was a pilot who said that above a certain height, they had to deal with stratospheric balloons or something. And he thought that might be, well, I'll have to get him on board, get him to call in, and we'll talk about this before. But yeah, I'll recommend that he not look at the chat, because a lot of the people defending the globe are stuck on ad hominem attacks, which I don't know why. It's like, don't you have anything better? But this is typical with religious mindsets, where the people who aren't part of your cult, they're salvageable if they don't know about you and you can save them, as in that you can educate them like children. But if they've learned the truth or they've been exposed to it and they don't believe it, well, now they're apostates. Now you throw rocks at them. Now you burn them. Infinite Muse says, the McToon chat was cringy. I wanted to keep one eye closed at all times. Yeah, I was pretty well aware of it. And, it was nice to see he was making money, though. People are like, yeah, I'm going to spend $30 and say something really nasty to this guy. Boom. It's funny. But again, that's their thing. They do these roasts, and it's all in good fun. I don't think anybody gets actually physically hurt. Most of those debates or conversations do tend to end badly, though. Because you can't, well, you can, but when you put science against religion, there's just, it's oil and water. And I don't think that the flat earth concept's the religious concept here. The globe is the religious concept, the dogmatically held belief. The flat earth question is just the question is, it's not even saying, is it even flat? It's shape agnosticism. It's, do we have the whole picture? Can we trust that map? And given the number of glitches in the space station and in the big picture, at a minimum, it's questionable if the globe that they've shown us, even if it's not bigger, or even if it's not flat, it's questionable if it contains all the land that there actually is. Because it could be that they're giving us a space station and a flyover every day, so we don't know about that place where all the crisis actors go. Mary Smith says, did he split the hall with you? Bucks for yucks. No, not at all. But I'm pretty sure a lot of his subscribers will come around here eventually. Or people on the other side will listen and they'll find their way over here. So, no, I'm always happy to go on other people's channels. Let me show you something really quick here. This is 100% proof that the space station is actually faked and that they use blimps. So you're looking at the screen. I turned up the contrast. This is the big red booster from the space shuttle. And my contention is that you're looking at a blimp. Just above it, you see a blimp recovery jet, which you shouldn't see in space. Should you? No. So you're supposed to believe that Endeavour's external tank is falling away. And this is an 8.5-minute video with a handheld camera. It's a handheld camera, and they're watching the external tank fall away. Now, the thing is, they give it away here, I think. You're not really looking. Now, this is it's an optical illusion. So you see a tank up there in the sky, but you're supposed to believe that you're looking down at the ocean. They just got it wrong on this one because it's a handheld camera and it looks, they didn't do the illusion right. But generally the way this works is, if you're looking at something like this, you would think that you're up above looking down at the Earth. My contention here is that you're looking at a blimp floating above them and the space station or the space shuttle is on the ground. And they're filming it with a handheld camera. There's a few reasons I think so. It's an 8-minute video. This is NASA's own footage. And it looks like a balloon. If you've ever seen hot air balloons, this basically is floating like a balloon. It's not falling from the space shuttle after having boosted it. No way. No way would it fall so slowly that their handheld camera would follow it for 8 minutes. No, they're filming this balloon, and they're saying that they're above it when they're beneath it. Simple optical illusion. And what gives it away is, right before the shot ends and they move the camera out of the view, it gets picked up by a blimp recovery jet. And here it is. The very end of this, and you can find this at autohoax.com. You can actually see the jet come in, and they try to whitewash it in the footage here, but anyway. Endeavour's external tank falls away. Nope, it's a blimp. To me, it's case closed. Case closed. And that's for all of them. Again, autohoax.com. It's a website that we started last year, and it's back. So I'll be posting links there probably frequently. We have a lot of hoaxes we're breaking down on the daily, and I'm working on a podcast specifically for daily hoax analysis. I'm going to go through the chats one more time and see if there's anything else that I've missed in the forums. I did get through the rest of Ewar Anon. Ewar Anon is a channel that's now on Odyssey. He moved from YouTube, but this channel takes off where Vibes of Cosmos left off, and he has some interesting speculation and ideas about what might be around the area that we know of as the globe. Or, you know, you often see this AE map and they call that the flat earth model, or they use it as such. But no, I'm really not with that idea at all, and I think it's prematurely putting a border where we may not even have one. So this is a series called The Lost History of Flat Earth by Ewar Anon. I don't agree with everything on here. I don't have to say that. But most of it's worth watching. Here's a link. Restless Bear says, I'm really late. Yeah, make sure you get on the newsletter. I started really early. I started about 90 minutes early tonight on purpose. I had a lot of voicemails to go through, and I'm working out a new schedule, 5 days a week, pretty much the last week's schedule. But I'm also working on a show clock because we have a lot of new music that's been added that I want to start circulating in the 24/7. We played a new song by JT33 at the intro, and I have another new track here as well I could play. So we'll be around tomorrow and the next day because I have expectations of something interesting happening. Like I said before, it's Disclosure Month, and we're coming up on the 33rd anniversary of Trump's 42nd birthday, which had a UFO invasion theme. And an interesting channel, Jurassic Liar 26, has been noticing a lot of interesting predictive programming pointing at Seattle for 6/11, which is still right now. So, is anybody out there in Seattle? Hopefully no news is good news, and hopefully it doesn't mean they've already been mud flooded or nuked or whatever is going to happen. Not sure what. But we'll probably be live at some point tomorrow, this weekend, as we cover these events real time. Also go to infiniteplane.media, join the forum. The forum's exploding. We have more than 1,000 members. You can post anything and people will comment on it. So again, thank you all for hanging out tonight. We'll be back on the regular schedule soon. This is Bow Down Babylon by Empress Infinite.
Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. You got to face your limitations. Babylon weeping your corruption. People got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools. I said the people got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Pack up your things and run as fast as you can. Big brother is coming to devour you whole, rip through your soul. Beware of heathens, yeah, and those that smite you. Jaja is calling, your children be ready, don't get left behind. People got no time to lose. The system has no claws for you fools. I said the people got no time to choose. The system is making all you fools. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Said bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, your children. Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, your children. Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, my people, yeah.
Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, hi. I seen a number here on the YouTube stream. Are you taking in calls right now?
Yes, actually, you are the first caller of the night. In fact, I just turned it on, so yes. And what topic are you calling on?
The Mandela effect. That's the topic of tonight, right?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm going to be having a more extended conversation about the Mandela effect with another channel here over the next couple of days. And on Sunday, I'll be talking to John LeBon about this. And so, yeah, I think it's a very fascinating topic. What's your take on it?
Oh, I'm affected. You know, I have my own channel as well, and I talk a lot about it on there.
What is your channel? What's your channel called? Just so we can look it up.
Propagate This Light.
Propagate This Light. Got it. Okay, cool. And so,
Yeah.
what has been your experience with the Mandela effect?
Oh man, shoot. I have some anchor experiences, you know, and I have some definitely the anchor experiences are the ones that I lean on the most because those affect me the most. Those are personal experiences that I have of something was one way and then it changed the next time.
Okay, so let me start with this one because there are some logical problems that I find with this, but then again, there are logical problems to the very concept of synchronicity. Like things aren't supposed to mean things on that level. So I'm not quick to dismiss these things, but I'm trying to understand where it comes from. And I get these various accounts. Like sometimes they find residue, others say there isn't any residue, some say it's caused by CERN. What do you think the cause of the Mandela effect is?
Man, I have no idea. I think that maybe we as people are at least have some kind of connection to things altering. Because in my personal experience, actually in the beginning I was a skeptic of it, and then so my personal experience was to prove to myself if this is real or not. So I came up with something in my mind and said, well, if this one thing changes, then I'll probably look into it more. And then next thing you know, that one thing did change. So now I'm just like, well, my mouth has dropped to the floor, so I don't know what's going on and what's causing it. But I think that maybe we have some type of control over it. I'm not exactly sure.
See, I have a few different ways I look at this. Like it was just, if I take it as true, just hypothetically, I do have to account for the possibility then that human beings in particular are somehow co-creating or influencing events as they unfold. That something like our minds, specifically our imaginations, somehow interact with this reality as it's formed. That it's not static, it's not already there, but it's being created as we go. Like sometimes it makes me think that could explain it. But when it comes to these popularly propagated notions, like or effects, you would call them, some of them are very questionable. And I'm trying to get to a very I want to separate real from fake, and I want to separate bias confirmation and faulty eyewitness testimony from actual alterations in this reality. So what was the one that got you? Was there a particular object? Was it a book or a movie?
It was actually a book. It's a really popular book. That got me at first.
Which one? Is it Berenstain or Berenstein? I still can't get it right. I'm between dimensions. Like, which one was it?
Right. See, I don't know anything about the Berenstain Bears as far as I remember, so I don't have any connection to that particular effect. But the popular book is the Bible.
Okay, and which is the actual thing in the Bible that changed that you would attribute to this Mandela effect?
Okay. Well, can I answer that with a question? Because I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. So can I answer that with a question?
Oh, by all means, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with, I think Genesis 1:1? Are you familiar with God created the blank in the earth?
Yeah, I am. I've read it a few times, but off the top of my head, God created the, what was it? I don't know, actually, off the top of my head, but what is it and what was the discrepancy?
Yeah, you're right. You was right there on the right path. I remember it as God created the heavens, plural, and the earth. And yes, the discrepancy, pretty much that was the thought that I had in my mind. I said, well, you know what? If this one thing changes, because I previously was reading the Bible trying to understand what that meant. And that was like a year prior. And so I said, okay, well, I know for sure that that's what that says in the Bible. So I thought of it in my mind and said, well, if this one thing changes, then I'll probably look into the Mandela effect. So I went to my Bible one day and I read that verse, and it was different.
Fascinating. Well, I mean, we're talking about an eyewitness account. I can't refute it necessarily. I can't take it as evidence at the same time. However, I'm interested in figuring this thing out too. Like, did Mandela effects happen before we had mass media? And is this just something we're noticing because of the ability to communicate with a lot of people and say, hey, did you notice this? Because in the past, maybe millions of people could have noticed a discrepancy, but there's no way they would ever talk about it. There's no forum for it. But now we've got Twitter. Now we've got YouTube. And so people are able to point out things that they think are off, and other people can nod their heads in agreement.
Right. Exactly. I agree. There's some that people talked about, and I said, well, you know what? Let me go check that. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that did change because I remember it like Febreze with 2 E's. Now it has 1 E, and I'm like, oh my goodness, And I had a product. I went to the store and I was used to seeing this particular product. I forget what it was, but I looked at it and it was different. Oh, it was the cat litter. It was a cat litter.
Frisky?
Wow,
No, oh, I'm
can't
sorry.
think of
I'm
the
sorry.
name now.
Yeah. So the cat, I don't know either. But look, you're talking about things changing, and that's the main thing here. And I'm still trying to figure out,
Right.
What is the supposed cause of it? What is the root cause? Because the Mandela effect has its name from someone named Fiona Fitzgerald Broom, and according to her, this whole thing started with CERN, and she believes that CERN is somehow causing some kind of rift in reality that's causing, I guess, what we would call these Mandela effects. And she was an investigator into ghosts and the paranormal. So that's where she was coming from. But again, if this is something that's inherent in reality, then it would obviously have pre-existed CERN.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I'm familiar with that person, and I'm also familiar with another name. She goes by Starfire Tour, and she claims that she was the first person to notice this, and Fiona Broom pretty much took the idea from her and broadcasted it on Coast to Coast AM, I guess as her own, and she came up with the name Mandela Effect. But Starfire Tour, as a lady, she calls it time shift living dead phenomenon, something like that. She has a whole different name for it.
Okay, so that's interesting. So Fiona more or less popularized it, but she may not have originated it. See, because I always thought that the Mandela itself, the Mandela effect itself, or the so-called Mandela effect, it's kind of unfortunate because most of the people who talk about this have never actually experienced that particular effect. They didn't know who Mandela was. And I'm like, wow, you have the whole thing named after it. You should call it the Ed McMahon effect or something, because that one seems to be more common. What's your take on Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse?
Well, as a younger person, I remember seeing that on television. Him giving checks to people. It was some type of show or something like that. And yeah, he was giving checks to people. I do recall that. What do you think about that yourself? Do you recall anything like that?
I don't remember. I would have been really young. But hey, appreciate the call. I got someone else calling on the same topic. Have a great day. Appreciate it. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, caller, can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Yes. Okay, you're
Yes,
good.
I can hear you.
So what topic are you calling on?
The infinite plane, star cities, and the flat Earth and what's beyond the ice shelf.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let's start with, Star Cities is great. I've been listening to a channel lately called Ewar Anon, and he has some interesting explanations for land beyond. So yeah, let's go into that.
Yeah, so I won't reveal my name, but out on Rumble, out on and on up, Cloud Hub, and several others, I've got one of his videos posted. Now, I haven't put it in your chat. I can, but it's the full 7 chapters of what Ewar put out. In addition to that, on my channel, this is OGN on up, or OGN on Kenobi, if you want to be specific, is also the greatest laser experiment ever performed in the history of mankind, where they shoot a laser 48 miles. So it absolutely, irrefutably, maybe you're aware of that.
I had not heard about that. 48 miles. No, I have not heard that, although I do have personal observation.
But I can prove it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, I'd like
I
to
do that a lot. I talk
That's
over you.
fine.
Sorry about that.
Several years ago, when I was in the military, I was actually talking to someone who was in air defense, and they were talking about their capabilities in terms of painting a target was the verbiage they used. Painting a target 100 miles away, for example, or 65 to 100 miles away. And at the time, it never would have occurred to me that there would have been some kind of an issue there, because of course that distance would obviously include some curvature, but evidently there probably isn't any. Where does this 48-mile thing come from?
So if you were to be on Rumble and you were to look up OG Anon Kenobi, I'll spell it for you. It's capital O, capital G, capital A, N-O-N, capital K, number 3, lowercase n, lowercase o, lowercase b
Got
as
it,
in
got it,
Bravo,
got it.
number 1. Okay. Kind of a play on Obi-Wan, right? OG-1 Kenobi. OG Anon. So if you go there, I just published it. If you give me 5 seconds.
Or you can also post it in the chat. But let me also post it in my chat, and let me also bring this up. So I'm looking at Ewar Anon, the other channel that we mentioned, and because someone had recommended it to me, and it was pulled from YouTube. So I found all 7 of his. I found it all on Odyssey. So if anybody's wondering where they can find this, Ewar Anon channel, which we're going to be discussing here, that's the place to go. Just go over to
check
Odyssey.
it out. You don't even have to search for it. I just put it in your chat.
Excellent. That's why the chat's there. Appreciate it. So let me get that link and I'll put it on the
So
screen.
it says Rumble, red-pilled, you're not ready for this rabbit hole. And really what it does is it kind of unpacks these things that anybody who's even been curious. So there's all the spectrum. You've got people who are completely asleep, people who are comfortable believing the lie, people who just kind of have questions, but, they don't want to put a lot of energy into it. And then you've got the full other end of the spectrum like yourself. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything like that. It's just from the data that's out there, there's no other way around it. And several people have had these questions, these epiphanies to be able to look at the architecture around us and ask this simple question. Why aren't we building this stuff? These magnificent buildings with these sculptures and this ornate architecture and these massive geodomes. They're not doing that in Dubai. There's nothing on Earth that we have created recently that can even scratch the surface of that magnificence. And even furthermore, if somebody who is interested, how come there's no plans? How come there's no documentation? How come there's no pictures? How come there's no narrative of these feats of just engineering marvel at the time that, we're talking Victorian era. It doesn't fit into our timeline. And then all of a sudden over the last 3 weeks, we have some anonymous individual posting things that is shut down faster than COVID being false, the vaccine being an actual biological weapon to depopulate the earth in accordance with the Guidestones in Georgia. But here's a guy who can't even keep his stuff up on YouTube, and he's putting out there the wackadoodle, most crazy entire flat earth. We are actually at the center of a realm that is massive, and the buildings that are here that we look at and we don't know why they're not built anymore, were actually built by angels.
Yeah, let me fill people onto this channel.
Crazy.
So Ewar Anon has this, he took this work that we've been following from Sturgio Studios 10, now Vibes of Cosmos, where his contention is that the moon is a projection and it's literally a map, that the Earth below, which he says is obviously flat in this context, that it's essentially like the Batman logo, how they shine it on the clouds, where the bat is basically, the black part represents like the continents. So the moon, of course, would be a projection, and the dark spots would be the continents. The white area, he says, would be where the oceans are. But yeah, he mapped it out. He mapped out the continents of the known world on the moon, and it only takes up like a third of it, suggesting that the amount of land out there is mostly outside of the area defined on our globe's parameters.
Yeah, and he takes it one step further. So, what's crazy is Trump, and I'm not trying to get us into the political, but if you go back and you listen from this new knowledge, these things that have dropped within the last 3 weeks, I think we all can understand. If we were to go back 2 years ago, and you were to think people were going to attack a federal building with Molotov cocktails, they'd be squashed like a grape. But yet we've all seen it over the last year, globally, if it is a globe. But over the last month, over the last 6 weeks, over the last 3 weeks, the amount of information that is exposed, everything from Hollywood to politics to science to NASA to, I mean, it just spans the spectrum. Even if it's hyperbole, it's got people thinking and looking and digging. But this guy brings up things that are so far beyond. And then if you bring in Bill Wood, and I don't know if you're familiar with Bill Wood, but if you bring in Bill Wood, and I can post a link to that video as well. This goes back to 2009 when he's using language that mirrors exactly what is being populated and promulgated through the QAnon globally. The White Hats, the Great Awakening, the Singularity event, that post 2012, it doesn't matter what decisions are being made. The end result is a 19%. We all have this cataclysmic world event that Ewar Anon talks about happened less than 200 years ago. And he documents it with pictures, right? And so here's Bill Wood talking about there's a 19% chance that happens again, or there's a 81% chance that we have an ascension event, a collective awakening that he called humanity goes from the caterpillar to the butterfly. Now, he didn't say rapture. He didn't bring in anything religious, but he's talking about whatever is coming. Nothing can stop it. Their quantum computer, Project Looking Glass, everything that is being declassified now as it's all coming out. It doesn't matter whether we see it now. All of us on this call tonight at this very moment, we may be at the tip of the spear, but it's all going to come out. We're just lucky that we actually get to see it and kind of interpret it and fumble around in the dark as it all becomes illuminated.
Okay, let me run this by you.
All think it is?
Because so what this Ewar Anon has really brought to my when I was looking at this idea of the moon being a map and there being a lot more land, I just assumed, well, there would have to be other suns. There'd have to be a more complex system. I couldn't quite figure out how it would work. But what he's suggesting is that no, what we have a local sun circling a pole. I won't even call it the North Pole. I'll just say a pole. And that pole is actually making a circle that is corresponding to the zodiac, and that every age it's in a different sign. So if the whole system of light is moving, if the whole solar system itself, to use their term, but like on the local solar system is moving, then it means that the lands that were uncovered, unveiled, and lit during previous ages are now in total darkness. And so it's kind of an interesting notion here, because it makes me think, well, then the other side of the moon that we don't see, that would be the side that's dark. So I think about Darth Vader saying, if you only knew the power of the dark side, or the hackers of the Columbian pipeline from the dark side, and the correlation of space wars. And I'm thinking, you know what? I think that there's a tie-in here, that the dark side of the moon represents the other lands that we're not allowed to access. What do you think of that?
So I'm a nobody. I just put things together. I mean, I could give you my pedigree. I could tell you the Fortune 500 companies that I worked for, but I'm a nobody. But here's what I think. You asked, I'll tell you. The moon and the sun aren't anything physical. There is no anything behind it. It's not a physical plane. It's been proven you can see through it. It definitely is not a sphere. So there's several layers in our atmosphere leading up to the ether. The ether has never been through. You can actually go onto YouTube right now. They haven't actually blocked this. It's called a Go Fast rocket. And so a bunch of people out of Arizona, and this was here recently within the last 12 months, they shot a rocket up into space, and they got a clearance of over 50,000 feet, which means they can go as high as they want. And it was very different from all the things that we see in NASA and all the things we see from SpaceX, where we know the shuttle goes up or these heavy rockets go up and they make an arc. And the reason that they make that arc is because they're actually going straight up, because the Earth is moving at, 1,000 miles an hour. The smoke plume goes that way. However, that doesn't match out with anything else, like a air balloon going straight up and coming down and only being 5 miles away from where they launched. But this Go Fast rocket went straight up in the air, and it had an uncut feed. You can Google it. You can go to YouTube right now. Go Fast rocket. A bunch of high school students shot this thing up 73 miles It got a picture of the moon. Yeah, you're looking there. It is right there.
73.
If you
Okay.
listen to it, you can hear it hit the ether. It goes thunk, and then it's spinning. And the crazy thing about it is the spin that you can see it after it stops. So understand, trajectory comes to a complete stop, and the thing is still spinning. What the mathematicians have done is they have determined that the spin rate that it is spinning after it has stopped matches exactly the rotation of the stars. Now, how is that? Unless we're flat, not moving.
Now,
How
okay.
is the ether moving completely around us like a clock? Perfectly.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we're talking about a barrier that's only, 70 some miles up? And if that's the case,
73 miles.
73 miles up, then could we even describe it as a, quote, dome? If it's that low?
So nobody, no. Nobody's ever described it as a dome. Only the disinformation. So back in 1958, this is in the Encyclopedia Britannica, was the account of those that went to Antarctica, and they said that the ice wall, the dome, at the 80th degree, the 80th parallel, was 13,000 feet in height. But if you research, now again, this is completely off of big tech. You got to be off of Google. You got to be on like DuckDuckGo or something like that. There's plenty of stuff out there. There's plenty of sites that you can research and find this stuff. But Operation High Jump was to be able to get over the ice wall. So we're completely surrounded by a wall of ice. Completely. Now, what's beyond that? There's a lot of speculation. Now, what EWAR points out is that what's on the moon right now is the exact perfect replica of what we see as the globe, or more importantly, what the United Nations has as their symbol, which is the flat Earth, or any airplane that flies uses the flat Earth map. There's all of that's out there is completely 100% provable.
So
It's
what do you think?
laughable that
So
people still believe
now we say ice wall, people automatically, because obviously it's this ridiculous notion that there'd be water pouring over if not for the ice wall. But what we're actually talking about are regions beyond the reach of the sun. And one of the things
Okay,
that
so well,
what
there's
is
more than one sun.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think that there are multiple what do you call these local solar
already
systems?
known. It's already known. There's lots of documentation. Only it's removed from the Library of Congress. You can find it. You're not going to find it using Google, but you can find it. It's out there. I can post more links to this information. But the reality is there is conversations of people back in the 1600s that just got tired of the tyranny. Now remember, the 1600s back then, they were more technologically advanced than we are now. If you see anything in EWAR, they didn't have wires. They had the ability to capture the energy of the ether. So in the 1600s, when they just got tired of the tyranny, and we can go into the lizard people and extraterrestrials and what that really means, and the Nephilim and the fallen angels and all of it, and I'll answer your question about the dome, but it's on record. It's undeniable. There was people that knew that this was the truth before the event that happened that EWAR mentions in the last 200 years.
Okay, so let's go with that for a
prior to
second.
that, it was common knowledge.
Because people this is a big thing here on this channel. We talk about this idea of a reset. And, people like to cite history, but I like to point out that your history is as reliable as your mainstream media. And just imagine the same interests solidifying their versions over the decades. And so it's beyond just political bias. We're talking about they completely control the worldview of the millions or billions or whatever it happens to be. So I don't think it's a huge claim to make here when we're talking about suppressed technology.
Let me explain this. So there's more white hats than there are black hats, which means there's more good people than there are bad. And that's the problem. Because the problem for, let's just say, the deep state, you could say it's the evil cabal, you could say it's the black pope, you could say it's the Z family. It doesn't matter. There's an evil side. Many will say they're Luciferian. Many will say they're just out and out satanic, beguiled by a false light. But the reality is there's more people that are about love and peace and community and humanity and ascension. Everybody can, in their mind, see utopia or imagine it. But why have we never experienced it? Well, we're about to. So there's no dome. It's just a firmament over a realm. And they've told us this, and they've shown us it. I mean, like the Game of Thrones, if you think about this flat realm, right? They've kind of given us this imagery to prepare those who are alive right now for what they've seen. It's much like this false flag alien invasion that's going to happen here in the
Look,
right. So
everything, literally everything that they're planning decades in advance, they condition us for with the media, specifically the entertainment, so they can get into your imagination. And what you brought up here is like, why haven't we imagined any sort of utopia? And I think it's because the government or whoever controls this place, they monopolize culture in such a way that every single mainstream movie out there is a dystopia. Every science fiction starts from post-reset, after we wreck everything in the 21st century. That's everything. Everything is always dystopian. We have not been given a good vision for humanity in the future. It's not a coincidence, I would say. And then as far as the dome,
right, so
as far as the dome thing, I want to point out really quick here, you're right. I do think you're correct that there was a lot of misinformation pushing this idea of a dome because it eliminates the possibility of more land.
So Restreambot, you're out there, you're listening, appreciate your questions. You said the problem is that there's more good people. Yes, that is the problem. And the reason why it's the problem is because who owns everything? Who owns Wall Street? Who owns the media? Who owns Hollywood? Who owns the music industry? Who owns sports? Who owns everything? Who owns the education system? Who owns the political spheres? Who owns countries? Who owns, more importantly than anything else, the central bank? Who owns the narrative? So they own it. We see it. We are slaves under the guise of being free. So for you out there who asked that question, there's more good people. Yes, that is the problem because they're trying to stop us from this awakening. This awakening isn't coming from us. As much as it would be cool to say we are doing it, we're not. It's God, period. So if you knew anything about Project Looking Glass, you would understand that we uncovered ancient technology, much like the movie Stargate, much like the movie Contact with Jodie Foster, where they opened up wormholes. There's natural acting wormholes. There was a space wreckage in the 1940s in Roswell, where they know now it is absolutely empirically proven. It was a B-52 bomber. They've got the jet engines from it. They know what it was. And we didn't know that until technology caught up with it.
Okay, so Project Looking Glass is the one where they supposedly created a machine that's basically a screen, and it can show you the past. It can by judging probability, it's like a crystal ball, basically, right? Like an electronic crystal ball.
No, it does two things. It enables, okay, so everybody get ready. You know, all 42 watching now. Doesn't matter whether you believe me, you're going to see it. And the reason why you're going to see it is because God said so. Nobody's going to miss this. You're not going to wake up and go, "Oh, I wasn't at the prom night." Every single soul that's alive is going to see this. We just happen to be talking about stuff that seems kooky and on the fringe, but this is real. The singularity event that's coming is the ascension and the revelation of the coming of God. Project Looking Glass uses ancient ethereal technology of the places in the past. You look at all of these structures that are built all over. They were just engines that captured the ether and produced things like actual living water, where, you know, it answers the question. There was a reason why we don't find any bathrooms or plumbing in all of these great things, because the people didn't require to eat food where they had waste coming out of their body. It's a completely different thing.
Okay, so
completely different.
I have a friend who was just totally dismissive of Mudflood, and he says, "You're going to try to tell me that they were more advanced back then. Well, I wouldn't live in any of these castles. They don't have plumbing. They don't have all the amenities of modern life." So you're suggesting that we wouldn't have needed a lot of that stuff at that time.
It's absolutely clear. What does a plant need to grow? Sun and water. Every single one of the star cities was surrounded by water. There's all kinds of documentation out right now that our water systems that we're given right now are contaminated. The water is dead. The Bible is very clear. It says, now I'm going to really take a step out in front here and say that maybe the canonized King James Version Bible may not be the whole story. Okay, but beyond that, there's enough truth in there that God is never going to allow that his truth is hidden completely. If you know anything about God, if you know anything about Satan, they're not equal. It's not like the yin and the yang, okay, at all. It's like God is the one who created the idea and the image and the gifs and everything, that you could philosophize about the yin and the yang. The devil certainly is the blackness of it. But I would say the ecclesia, those who actually understand who God is and call him by his true name, Yeshua, Jehovah, and they understand who he truly is, not the religious thing. But beyond that, yes, Project Looking Glass was the ability for humanity post this last major event to slow down the awakening, that we were able to look into the future, not only that, but time travel and go through several realms.
Okay, time travel.
So it wasn't just
time travel is a very prominent theme and has been for the last couple of years surrounding Q, surrounding Trump, and surrounding a lot of the predictive programming. It's an interesting thing. And now you're talking about an ascension, not the rapture, but an ascension.
Correct.
And I'm looking at the bigger picture here, and it's pretty obvious to me that this UFO invasion, it has the trappings of a sort of a rapture and an ascension. So when you say ascension, what do you mean? Like there's gonna be
So I'm regurgitating what Bill Wood said. Now, if you follow Q even remotely at all, there's only been two Q posts that have been signed by B. If you watch Bill Wood's last interview that he did publicly, and it was in 2009, it's almost as if he was regurgitating the Q narrative that didn't start for, a decade plus later, 12 years later, right? So what he explained was, his words were, when pressed, he said there's two events. So every single option, every single decision that could be made, and he used the chessboard as the example. Imagine two people are playing chess. One is sitting from the other. The loser realizes they have checkmate. They're going to lose in 7 moves. The winner, and the one who realizes they're going to be checkmated in 7 moves, can see in the face of their opponent that their opponent knows that as well. So that's really what Project Looking Glass showed, is no matter what choices are made in 2012, December 21st, 2012, beyond that, nothing else mattered. The singularity event was imminent. That's what Project Looking Glass showed. It didn't matter what anybody did, the left, the right, the up, the down, the evil, the good. God was going to take control, period. After 2012, a period of time. Now, it can be delayed, and what Project Looking Glass showed is a percentage, and it showed 19% that there would be another cataclysmic event, which would result in people living underground. So think about the dumbs, think about the elite, think about Ghislaine, think about Epstein, think about the submarines, think about all that's out there.
And the Mars bases. Mars. All of the major space companies out there, all the space popes, Musk and in particular Branson, are developing Hyperloop to a large degree. Hyperloop is perfect for simulating space travel and sending people underground, thinking that they're going to Mars. And I think that's the plan as well. So yes, I think the plan might actually be to shuffle the brainwashed into basically communes, gulags, disguised as an escape from Earth, which is being destroyed by asteroids, aliens, and climate change.
So they've been doing it for decades, from chemtrails to fluoride to GMOs to fertilizers to everything, to do one thing. And that's to dull people's mind to be able to be creative. Because here's the result. The enemy, and Bill Wood talks about it. There's several people that have come out and said our enemies had this technology, because the technology wasn't something that had to be developed. It's not like like China and Russia, and we were racing them to space. Humans didn't build these grand buildings that we see everywhere with these perfect sculptures. Michelangelo didn't do as well as these things that we see, and they're everywhere, from the gargoyle to the griffin to the women and men that look like Greek gods dressed in togas. They're everywhere. They're in Washington, D.C. They're all over the planet. Humans didn't do that. We didn't do that in the 19th century. We didn't do that in the 18th century. We didn't do that in the 16th century. We didn't do that. God did that.
Okay, wait.
As
You
he
say
says in
you
the
say
Bible,
God. I mean, do we have to talk? I mean, should we bring up here the role of intervention? I don't know. Divine intervention is the word here, but aliens, angels. What's the difference between an alien and an angel? Are we looking at the same thing?
Oh, that's a great question. So no. So first of all, if you look at, I mean, you can see astronauts that have talked about nobody's ever been to the moon, nobody's ever been above a certain altitude because of the firmament. There's a physical barrier. Astronauts, everybody knows it. Elon knows it. Everybody knows it. Elon's a fraud. Let's not get into that. So let's talk about aliens. The term extraterrestrial, right? So the Bible is very clear. It says there are celestial beings and there are terrestrial beings. So celestial beings are beings from the heaven, maybe beings from another dimension, but they're not bound to earth. And then there's terrestrial beings that are bound to earth. So we know, if you believe in the Word of God, that it says there definitely are some things, sentient beings, that are not from earth. And then there are also several things that are bound to earth. Now, the Bible story says that a third of the angels fell in the Great War, and they came down to earth, that they copulated with women that they lusted after, and that became the Nephilim. So what the truth, as best as I can see it, is beyond Antarctica, which is not a continent, it's a wall. We are at the center. The terra firma that we know is at least 4 times the size of what we see on the ball Earth or the flat Earth model. That's one quadrant of what is mentioned in the book of Enoch. We are in the northern quadrant, and they all have specific meanings. But if you go outside of Antarctica, which is an actual shelf wall up to 13,000 feet high, you can't even get within 1,000 miles of it, because there is a treaty of 56 different countries that no person on Earth, no soul person at all, can go beyond the 60th parallel. But if somehow you got beyond it and you were able to get beyond the ice shelf, which has been recorded as bigger, wider than the North America, out beyond that is another sun. 2, actually. There are people out there, and they talk about the history of the world. They talk about everything else, but their technology is the same technology that we used to have here, that we see the remnants of in these grand cathedrals that supposedly they built in the 1600s, when we were all in horse and buggy or worse.
Okay, wait, let me bring this by you. Okay, so you said multiple suns. So let's say hypothetically that Sturgio Studios 10 and Awar Anon are totally onto this, and that the moon is indeed a projection indicating that the Earth that we know is only a quarter of all the land masses. Are you suggesting that the other quadrants each have their own sun? And does each sun have its own course? I mean, would they all have the same moon? Have you thought about how that would work?
Yeah. So, yeah. So if you were to take so they say that, in the northern hemisphere, the water goes counterclockwise in the toilet, and the southern hemisphere, it goes counterclockwise, right?
Right.
And that's how they prove the ball Earth, right? But you can actually just take a plate. You can go into a tub. You can go into your bathtub. You can do this tonight. Just take a plate. Just take a small saucer plate out of your cupboard. Anybody can do this tonight. You can go fill up your tub, take the saucer plate, put it about halfway in your tub, and run it through it and pick it up. And what you're going to see is 2 oscillating vortexes that go and spin in the opposite direction, and they will last for a really long time. It's actually pretty amazing. They also eliminate light completely. You'll have 2 black dots, the absence of light at the bottom of your tub. You can do the same thing in a swimming pool. the vortexes spinning in opposite direction will actually last for several minutes, up to 15 minutes. Anyway, so the reason why I bring that up is, yes, we have in the Firma a clock above this realm. That clock spins it with perfect precision, doesn't take any kind of adjustment. Now, in our modern world, where everything that we've been told is a lie, in our modern world, we have to have a leap year to keep up with our modern clock and our modern calendar. But if you go back to the original calendar, everything works perfectly. There doesn't have to be any manual adjustment, and it all just completely repeats itself. That's in our known realm. But the entire realm in and of itself is also moving. So in a small way, climate change is real, because where our sun illuminates on the ultimate realm, which right now it's illuminating just over what we see and we know as the globe, in 2,176 years, what is being illuminated by the sun that is currently rotating above us will be rotating over a completely different landmass.
Right.
Now, fact that
that's the new thing he's added to this topic that makes me think that, so if the elite or the controllers know all this, then of course they would spin the news in such a way that they could scapegoat freedom. Oh, look, you capitalists have caused this. Now winter's coming, dark winter, get into go to Mars, and they win. I mean, it's checkmate for humanity, because now we're totally brainwashed, and now we're actually physically captives in a basically it's kind of like hell. I mean, what else would you call it? You go into deep space, and it's actually deep underground, and now you're in a subterranean gulag that's more or less like a Truman Show, but you're an Oompa Loomp, and you work for Pope Elon until death.
Yeah, well, if anybody wants to dig into Elon Musk, they're going to know. He was actually also written about in a book 70 years ago, that this person would take us to Mars and his name would be Elon.
Yeah, that was the technical
It's all a
tale.
big spy.
Yeah, oh, Elon's a combination. So you got the book by Von Braun, where the Elon is the dictator on Mars. But then he's also been meshed with Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka. He had a candy company with his his tunneling company, and he bought Gene Wilder's house. And then he's mixed with Iron Man, aka Tony Stark. And this is all very interesting too, because now you have all these correlations, and they found the House of Stark from Game of Thrones. They found the House of Stark's emblem on Mars, not too far from where they found the Star Trek emblem, and he's got the starship. So everything about him is completely from fiction. The entire Mars mission is fiction, and they connected it with all of these symbols and sigils. So yeah, people are going to go along with it, obviously.
So here's what I would like to say to anybody who's still listening and tolerating me. I just saw a thing come up say climate change is real. Climate change isn't real in the way that AOC says it's real. I mean, we all can go back and look. Oh, I don't know. I think it was 45 years ago. They said the first time that the world was going to end in 12 years. Several people have said it. We all just have to fall into the memory hole. But the reality is it is real in a way that the architect, God, the creator, big wheel in the sky, however you want to put it, the spinning orb of plasma in the certain level of the ionosphere that it's at, which is actually a chemical reason why it glows hot and yellow versus the moon, which is in a different part of the ionosphere, which is the reason why it burns cold, and in its shadow it's warmer than it is in the light. There's a chemical reason for that. It's not difficult to understand.
Yeah, wait, you talk about the reason why we see them, the colors that we do, and how it has to do with the layer of the ionosphere. I've seen something that corresponded that to the colors you see in the Masonic Lodge and their use of blue and gold in particular. And the suggestion there was that a lot of the colors they're using are actually referencing the nature of this place, and the level upon which they meet is actually referenced.
Oh, they bastardize everything.
Yep, exactly.
Everything that is true, they spin it. And we can see it clearly in the attack on the very meaning of words. Everything that they say is a half-truth that's spun, so the person interpreting the words comes out with a different meaning than what the truth is. Across the board, from colors to music to light theory, botany, health, water, all of it. They've been lying to us, and we're just now waking up. But For the people that are out there right now, if you're hearing it and you think it's kooky, that's okay. Everybody's going to see it. This is an event that has nothing to do with humanity. It has to do with God's love for humanity, and he is going to restore us. That's all.
Okay, now look, I don't believe necessarily in most of this. Like, I think we have a lot of conspiracy theories put out there to put fear into people who don't buy mainstream narratives. But it is undeniable that AstraZeneca has the mark of the beast as their logo. Everything about the vax is connected this way. So there may be something to it, whether they're just trying to scare people or it's legitimately the case that we're about to go through some sort of a rapture, like biblical or something. Can you put a time on it? 2012, when is it going to finally happen? Does it happen this year?
There's no way to put a time on it. And the reason why I say that is because God himself was blinded in his human form. No, anybody who puts a time on it is a fraud. But what I can say is you can read the signs and the things that are out there right now. I mean, ultimately it comes down to this. If Trump is not reinstated as POTUS, we fall into the abyss. That's it. He is the keystone in the plan. He is not God. He is not divinity. He is not anything. All he's doing is finishing the work that was started decades before him, championed by JFK.
Okay, let me ask you this, since we're on this, because I've done a deep dive into QAnon. In fact, there's a new book that's coming out later this month. It's actually on Amazon right now. I think it's called The Storm, and it's by a guy who works for the Daily Dot, and the book is called The Storm is Upon Us, and it's by Mike Rothschild. And it's an anti-Q thing, obviously, very mainstream. Anyway, I'm going to be interviewing him in a couple of weeks about this QAnon. Let me read you the title. The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, a Cult, and a Conspiracy of Everything. Now, from what I know, this book is going to be everywhere, quite literally. And this book, they're pushing it out there for a reason. They're really trying to stamp out QAnon, but all of the candidates right now who are running on the QAnon ticket are actually doing pretty well because of it. So I kind of want to... So what do you think's going down right now with this QAnon thing and the August date? Do you think Trump will be reinstated?
Again, I don't know the date. So I think QAnon is not real. The Q group is, there was a mainstream media, CBS, maybe it was ABC, that did a whole group. This was after Edward Snowden, and it was a deep CIA group called the Q group. And there was a whole thing about where they were the world's best, government-employed hackers called White Hats. And they were all doing, cybersecurity at that particular time. This was, more than half a decade ago. So Q, being Q clearance, Q security clearance and everything, the group of, 10, 7 being military, 3 being not, all of those things that have come out, we don't know. But do I see some things that have happened where people can say, how many coincidences have to happen before you realize this is actually legitimate? Yeah.
Okay, fascinating.
QAnon.
Okay, one more thing. I have to bring this up because you mentioned also JFK. A lot of people think that QAnon is involved with JFK Jr., who they say is still alive. In other words, a death faker. Do you believe that JFK Jr. is right now, as we speak, working on this whole operation?
100%. Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, fascinating. Okay, because I've been looking into this, like I said, and people really do believe it.
Understand this. Yes, and I really want people to understand this, is that I can tell you that if I'm talking to somebody and they bring up QAnon, I already know they don't know what they're talking about. Because QAnon isn't real. Q is real. There's a Q group, and there's Anons, Anonymous, Guy Fawkes, the whole thing, Pepe the Frog. There's Anons, because people don't want to be out there. Like, I can tell you myself, I was just interrogated by the FBI over what took place in D.C. I can tell you that on January 16th of this year, I had somebody, because of a Facebook post where I said anybody who breached the Capitol illegally should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But because I was countering their narrative, because I was there, it wasn't Trump people, it was Antifa. I was standing in a crowd where people are screaming, "Fuck Antifa, fuck Antifa." The video's out there. Forgive my vulgarity, but that's the truth.
Oh yeah, I watched it
And
live.
so as
I watched it live, and yeah, obviously the thing at the Capitol was a false flag, a psyop, and theater. Nobody died or cried, in my opinion. And hey, you brought up QAnon operating under a new name. I have found some posts. I think I found it on Twitter first, where B, he's going by B, and it was verified. I think they found it. It's pretty much impossible that either whoever was posting on 8kun shared his password, or it's the same person posting under B.
So if you research Bill Wood with Project Looking Glass, I can post a video of it. He actually in 2009 talks about all the things that the Q. So I'll use QAnon because that's what people say. Now I don't want to frustrate people. Okay, I understand it's Friday night, it's June, here we go, right? I don't want to frustrate people. I know people are under a lot of stress. If I tell you I'm going to go get a Xerox of something, but I'm walking up to a Casio, we all know what I'm talking about. If I had to extend myself to the full level of being absolutely critically transparent because people are hanging on to every word, then I would say this: QAnon is not real. Q is real. Anons are real. QAnon is used as a misnomer. If you're really talking to somebody within that community, they're never going to mention QAnon. They're going to talk about Q. Q is a group, Q is an individual, Q is in drops. They're going to talk about anons. That's anybody who's watching Q but has no direct inner knowledge. Nobody in the anon world has any clue who Q is, otherwise they would fail, because no standard civilian that can watch anything that's above the dark web, that we can just go into regular surface level internet, is going to be able to say, hey, I'm the one who's deciphering this greatest military operation in the world, but the best of the best on the enemy side isn't going to be able to beat us to those conclusions. It's ridiculous. But there's enough going out there that is making people dig and making people spend their disposable time instead of watching Jeopardy. Now they're on their computers. Now they're getting off of big tech. Now they're researching things out there that is just out there.
Yes.
And that was the
Yeah, that's a good point. As far as, okay, so I look at QAnon, obviously, the media stereotypes it. They create a straw man, a caricature, like they did with flat earthers, but they don't get it, obviously. We're talking about a community, a body of research, and there's so much conspiratainment thrown in there that, yeah, it totally pulled people off of mainstream. And that's probably one of the reasons why they're so against it and why it's been so heavily censored. Like, I don't care if they're wrong or right. Just the fact that it's such a huge community itself is, I think, why they were a threat. And they're not going away. That's true. And yeah, okay, so the other day, General Flynn said something about, well, somebody asked him, why don't we have a coup? And he said something ambiguous. And then you also had Sidney Powell saying something about they could just reinstate him. Do you think that they are trying to incite the QAnon community or whatever to and somehow try to make this thing happen?
Yeah, well, there's a lot there. Like if Trump brought up, so let's talk about January 6th. If Trump actually made the recommendation, which I believe he did, to the D.C. Capitol to say there's a potential for violence, I recommend you call up 10,000 troops from the National Guard and bring them out. They did it at the rally that was just a few months prior to that. So they refused to do that, but yet Trump still calls in, and regardless of what the media says, I was there. I've got thousands of pictures, dozens of hours of video where there's 1.5 to 2 million people there. It's absolutely freezing, but yet in the middle of the crowd, you have people in T-shirts because they peeled everything off because it's so warm. But yet he called all those people there. So I don't know what the ultimate plan is, but what I do know is if you look at all the things over the past year that have come out, from the pedophilia, the corruption on Wall Street, it's happening today. They are throttling and forbidding people to purchase AMC. I mean, we have seen so much fraud be exposed that none of us were ever even aware of. There's obviously some legitimacy there.
Hey, let me throw this at you really quick, because I don't look for patterns. Patterns jump out at me. I notice them, and I don't ignore them like I was programmed to. And I've been noticing a lot of patterns where it seems Donald Trump's entire life is written into the fabric of our entertainment and news media. Like, there are too many coincidences and synchronicities with popular films that just almost predicted 2020 to a T in so many ways. I can drop a list of movies. Donnie Darko would be a big one, but
yeah,
Back to the Future, and then there's this 1958 Western, all kinds of things. But so I've been noticing these patterns, and I've also seen them in other media events. Certain numbers often stand out, and one of the numbers I often see associated with the Fallen, with Saturn, with the alien invasion is the number 42. And so this is kind of interesting because 33 years ago, Donald Trump had his 42nd birthday party. And at the 42nd birthday party, they had a 15-foot UFO with smoke and lasers blast off as sort of like I don't know. And this is 33 years ago, but this was just like at the middle of the party, they have a UFO stunt. And I think this is interesting because Donald Trump's birthday is in 10 days. And I'm like, well, we're really close to disclosure as far as that goes. And I'm like, how interesting that 33 years from his birthday, 42nd birthday, celebrating with a big UFO thing, now we're having disclosure. So what do you think? Do you expect, as I do, that there might be something happening by, I don't know, the end of this month regarding the UFO disclosure?
Yeah, I would. I would say so. And the only reason, it's like reading the tea leaves. Everybody wants to know the timing. Nobody knows. Anybody who tells you is lying. I would love to be able to give people peace about the events that are going to unfold, but I would say your peace relies upon your relationship with God.
Okay, wait. I have to say this, though, because people who've listened to Infinite Plane Radio can attest to this. We have predicted things. In fact, we had our eyes on March 11th when the pandemic happened. We had our eyes on a lot of things that we have more or less predicted based off of using the mass media as a predictive model. And so it just seems like all signs point to invasion happening or major psyop happening relatively soon, as in this summer. And I don't think it's I don't think they can stretch it out that much longer. I kind of think it's happening this summer. And there's a few channels I follow who I consider to be, I don't want to use the word prophet, but they've been on point reading what I call the meta script. And I have my eyes on a few things. But anyway, I'm not going to get my hopes up, but I'm looking forward to Alien Invasion on 6/14.
Well, yeah, I believe there's a false flag coming. We've seen enough false flags to know that they're capable of it. They have never pushed their agenda on us like they are right now. There's never been such a D-class as there is presently. There's never been such an exposure of the depravity of humanity that people are just realizing, like, what do you mean they eat kids and drink their blood after they terrorize them to the point that their eyes explode and their capillaries make them look like pandas, right? I mean, so as all of this stuff is coming out, something is happening. Something is happening.
Well,
it's never happened this quick. It's never happened this fast.
Okay, well, before we go, I have someone else trying to call in here. Tomorrow, as in on June 5th at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is going to give a speech. And I've heard this from my sources that told me
I wasn't.
About B. So I'm thinking, yes, I do believe that tomorrow we might see or hear something.
B, Bill Wood. That's my take. I don't know. He's posted twice. And if you research Bill Wood's interview in 2009, when he talks, it sounds like he was talking today, breaking down Q. So
2009. Okay.
When I was at January 6th, yeah, Mary Smith asked me if he was carrying a spear January 6th. No, I'm not the QAnon shaman guy. He's actually still locked up. I actually went to D.C. for a very specific reason. It was to fly the Christian flag, because of all the rhetoric that was going up about, a potential second American Revolution, and we were leading up to this, and Pence better do what Trump wanted him to do. Patriots were going to take to the street. I just went there to, spread truth and peace.
Well, the guy that went in there, the guy that went in there with the buffalo hat or the buffalo horns and the spear, 33-year-old actor. And I believe he's 100% a crisis actor. I think his dad is a Democrat, judge probably. And it was all part of a setup, not just to attack the QAnoners and the right-wing patriots, but this is an attack on free speech. It's a setup to make the case that free-flowing information is just as bad as free-flowing viruses. In fact, I saw Governor Cuomo's little brother giving some sort of a speech today on CNN where he called
Fredo.
Fredo. He said that the conspiracy contagion is putting America at risk. Like they're using the lexicon of epidemiology to describe ideas. That's where we're at today. We do have thought crimes, and they're infectious, and they spread like viruses. And that was a big part of the COVID thing, of course, obviously. The pandemic was a cover for controlling the infodemic. And we're one of the promulgators of some of the most virulent memes out there that have bad virality. Even the word flat. I'm surprised they haven't removed that. I'm waiting for them to take Q's and question marks off of our keyboards. And then they might even just take them off of our phones once we don't have physical keyboards anymore, and they'll say there never was a Q.
Why not? They've erased everything else that's before us, although we can look at the structures and we can see the impact of, civilization before us, but yet we all walk around like our technology today is the greatest thing that we've ever come up with. So yeah, they can do anything they want if we don't win, but I believe we're going to win.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate the call, appreciate the information, and I'm going to follow up on a lot of the leads, things you brought up. And if you want to post any links in the chat, by all means, we have a very engaged chat, as you can see, and people will follow up. And of course, I appreciate you calling in.
I really actually dig the way your the chat is actually responding. It's good.
Oh yeah, we call it the think tank. It's been
question everything.
Precisely, and this is our 4th year now as a group, and we've been building on this whole notion that if we don't maintain a continuity of sanity, a real account of what's actually happening, there won't be one. And so we are actually like a breakaway civilization. I consider us to be off of the world stage, looking at it objectively, more or less like I would call it a post-media critique. We might even be the last true objectivists, because even the objectivists were lost in subjectivism because they were brainwashed by the television.
Yeah, and if you look at the frequency that the television transmits at, there's a biological impact there. Anybody who's still watching TV is really in a bad position. And lastly, I'm going to drop off here. You guys have been great. I didn't expect this, and I wasn't prepared. So this is just kind of all shooting from the hip. But lickety split, Kayleigh McEnany is not JFK Jr.'s daughter. Sorry.
Oh, lickety split is a longtime troll. Anyway, yeah, appreciate that. Have a great night, man. Thank you for calling.
You too. Thanks.
Yeah, I saw that same commenter said that JFK Jr.'s wife is Ann Coulter. No. Now, Ann Coulter does sound exactly like Sidney Powell. And if somebody told me that Sidney Powell was Ann Coulter in a bodysuit with a mask, I would say, yeah, obviously. Like, it is that close. Tim Hamboy001 says, I don't watch the TV watches me. AK Nukem says, I literally could have just opened a Bible. Too many Bible verses for you. Look, it's all just information. It's all media. That's the OG controlled media. Now we got the new controlled media. And he even said that the King James Version is probably not authentic. Maybe it's not the authentic work of the creator. There's a slight chance it's not. I have a feeling that they actually got a couple words wrong. Like, I think they got the word mask mixed up with mark, the R and the S. Could be a Mandela effect. It could be the devil. That's all he had to do, just one thing. All right, so again, today's January 4th, 2021. I believe Trump's speaking tomorrow, and I'm glad we had a caller who was informed about QAnon, because I refuse to be dismissive of something that involves so many people and something that's so obviously polarizing. And the media never tells you the truth about things. They always misrepresent things, obviously. Now, about Ewar Anon, yeah, they deleted that guy's channel. It says, this channel does not exist. It's like, what do you mean? It exists. You're referencing it. If you're saying this channel Well, whatever you're referencing exists. You could say this channel's been deleted, but to me, this is Kafka-esque, and it's probably all done by the AI, which I don't believe in. Now, here's what I titled the live stream: AI will direct all life on the Martian communes, or rather, space squids and the AI overlord at the Martian commune. Yeah, SpaceX is sending squids into space. Hope they don't let any go like they did those rats. Remember the rats on the outside of the rocket? The squids, we'll see them floating around when they do the spacewalks. Because you know they do the spacewalks underwater. Or you should know this already. Okay, so let's see. Space squids and overlords. Oh yeah, AI overlords. Let me go ahead and get into that really quick. So basically, Elon Musk's wife, Grimes, you got Grimes, you got Musk. I think their baby is Yucky. Grimes has basically said that artificial intelligence will allow the owners of the Mars communes to perfect communism. So you can get past all of the stuff about communism that doesn't work. And she sounds very optimistic about it, suggesting that, yeah, with this you could just sit around all day making NFTs. We could perfect communism. In fact, let me get into that. Here's her actual quote. She says, "So typically, most of the communists I know are not big fans of AI. But if you think about it, AI is the fastest path to communism." Now, I've been calling Elon, Pope Elon, I've been saying it's space communism for some time. This just confirms it. His 3D printed baby, his mama, is basically talking about communism. Or she's actually saying, yes, this is going to be the future. I think their baby is 3D printed. I don't know how to pronounce the name. It's obviously just he copied and pasted his Google Chrome suggested password. Now, here's what she said. If implemented correctly, AI could theoretically solve for abundance, like, we could get totally into a situation where nobody has to work. Everybody is provided for with a comparable state of being and comfortable living, Grimes continued. AI could automate all the farming, weed out systematic corruption, and bring us close as possible to genuine equality. So basically, everybody that loves communism but without the collective farming can get into it because, let's be real, enforced farming is not really a vibe. So instead of being a worker bee, you can just sit around smoking pot and playing video games. And that's what I said. I said that the video game culture of sitting in your basement, getting your food delivered from upstairs, like microwavables, that's preparing people for living in the simulation. Because when you're on Mars, you're not going to go on the surface. You can't go on the surface. You'll melt or whatever. The radiation. So you'll be underground terraforming, and you'll be terraforming with remote-controlled bots. So they need you to be comfortable, fat, in a basement, working remotely through a screen all day long. And that's what she's talking about. Now, there's a deeper level to this, though, and that's what I wanted to get into. And this is why I put the word metascript. She said AI is the fastest path to communism. So a couple of things. One, Elon Musk is always talking about the number 42, which relates to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And it's the answer given for the meaning of life and the universe and everything in it, the number 42. But the answer is given by the galaxy's or the universe's greatest supercomputer, the E-God, which is an anagram for Doge, like Dogecoin. So the E-God, and I've seen Elon Musk mention that, and that's why I thought about this. So the E-God is, in fact, the AI that Grimes is talking about that's going to help us become commies. So now here's the deeper analysis from the Metascript perspective. AI, A is 1, I is 9, so it's 19. The number 19 has everything to do with these, well, I'm not going to say false flags. I'll say transformative psychodramas, major psychological attacks through fake terrorism, staged terrorism, or whatever it happens to be. So, for example, Pearl Harbor attack was called Operation AI. So there's your 19. 9/11, which was another Pearl Harbor, and that's how it was described in the PNAC talks. They needed another Pearl Harbor. So 9/11 was another Pearl Harbor, had 19 hijackers. There's your AI. 19 years later, you had COVID-19. There's your AI. Now you have the World Economic Forum with their 666 logo talking about the Great Reset. And they say that they are waiting for the Global AI Action Alliance, or Gaia, which is another name for the Earth that they worship. So again, the Global AI, just another use of that particular number. This is a good one here from AOC. I'm going to go through a few comments here. So I'm just listening to, just people are disconnected from reality. Like anybody here cares about the opinion of the spouse of the richest man in the world and what she thinks. It's like she could just, she's let them eat cake. Let them just make NFTs. Mark says Kubrick's last movie was AI. Right, exactly. And it was finished up by Spielberg. And that's a great point. His last movie was AI, and Kubrick may have been the director of 9/11. We can go down that road here, but let me think about that for a moment. So Kubrick's connection with AI, that is a very relevant point here, and I'll have to mark that down. Everything about Kubrick is fascinating the more I look into it. In fact, some say that the death of JFK Jr., the staged death, because obviously he's alive, if you go by what the last caller said and what QAnoners seem to think, that it's actually believed that Kubrick directed that plane crash, which I find to be somewhat likely. Now, as far as the significance of 19, let me mention this really quick, because I'd asked Jordan Maxwell about this when COVID-19 happened, and he said, from his study of numerology, that you have the sequence of 10, and that the sequence begins and ends with 1 and 9. The 0 doesn't really count. And so 1 and 9 is the beginning and end of a cycle. So it made perfect sense. You have 9/11, and then you terrorize people for 19 years with the Islamic terrorists. Well, now it's another generation. Now they need 19 years of something else. So they changed the type, and it's a total flip and an inversion. It's pretty fascinating how they pulled this off. Like the Quran as the radicalizing factor here. The Quran has been replaced by QAnon. They have inverted everything. The terrorist cells are now the incels, and instead of fighting the great Satan, they want to fight the satanic cabal. A lot of this is, I believe, scripted in advance, and it's just designed to keep the population terrified of universal threats. Lockdowns, quarantine, Guantanamo, extraordinary rendition. Everybody is a suspect of COVID-19. If you remember, you're a suspect until you're cleared. It's like you have to have the thing up your nose, kind of like if you're a suspect from terrorism, well, you have to be Guantanamo'd and you have to be waterboarded to make sure that it's not in you, that the terrorist bug isn't in you. So the invasiveness of the waterboarding is the same psychological ploy as the invasiveness of the Q-tip shoved up your nose. By the way, if you look at the logo of the WHO, that snake is definitely climbing a Q-tip. And it is true that the UN flag is the map, I believe, that represents the area that we're allowed to inhabit. And it's surrounded by Apollo's laurel wreath. It contains 33 sections. The center circle is 1, and then you have the quadrants, each divided into 8. So 32 plus 1 is 33 inner circle. All right, let me go through the rest. I got some quotes here. This is from AOC. Now, here's another thing. I talk about how there's these, they set up a perfect schism. And that's what I think was in the vax. It's a schism. And the left and the right, it's just a clown show. So AOC is the left-wing version of MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. And they play these characters off each other. So here's a quote from AOC I thought was brilliant. She said, "If we want to reduce the number of people in our jails, the answer is to stop building more of them." I'm like, that's cool. Let's get rid of cemeteries too. Something else, this was pointed out to me by Synchromorpheus on Twitter. So last week, a piece of space junk hit the space station, as we said was going to happen soon. And it punched it in one of its robotic arms. Now, I don't know how big the robotic arms are. I think they're 32 feet. But anyway, think about the symbolism here. And if you look at the actual picture of it, you can see the robotic arm and you see a hole in it. And this is brilliant. The person who caught this is what I call metascript analysis. So you see the arm, and the arm has a hole in it. Now here's the real meaning. The mission is called celestial immunity. There you have it. Vaccine symbolism. A shot in the arm, celestial immunity. This is the celestial palace. This tells you it's a joke. This tells you it's fake, and that it's totally 100% a psyop. Space junk is fake. Now, there's another correlation that goes even deeper, and it has to do with the way that they have related outer space to inner space. And this shows up in a lot of the programming where, the COVID programming that is, where it's been correlated with outer space, as in, for example, alien invasions coming in the form of a virus. Now, think of the term space junk, and think of the term junk on Earth in the term of like, so you have your clean blood, it's pure. Well, now you got a virus. So you have to have something injected to clear it. You know, that's your vaccine. So whatever's floating around that shouldn't be there is like junk. And this is what we're having in outer space at the same time. And so they're doing this vaccination ritual to tell us, hey, we also have to deal with this
I'm on